Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I see a lot of good mornings in the chat there. As you're settling in, if you could, make sure that you can open up your VS Code. If anyone here has not finished setting that up, please do download it, install Node. There is a tutorial available as well that you can do later during lab. But, if you have yours downloaded and set up, then, you can open it up so that you can follow along today. But, it's up to you. Like if you ever get stuck and you're having errors that you can't figure out right away, then I would prefer if you just focus, put that away and then we can come back to it during lab, okay? So focus on understanding the concepts. But if you are able to follow along, I think that, gives you that, as you're watching, you're also typing out. So that's also a way to get some benefit out of it. Just wanted to do one thing real quick here. What was it? Oh, yes. Okay. Let me just make sure that I actually upload the labs later. Okay, so let's get started here. And thank you all for those good mornings. I am going to screen share my full screen so that you can see everything that I do on the screen, because sometimes I know if we go, okay. Sometimes I know that if we go into the folder viewer, it's hard to see if it's not fully screen shared. So I will screen share the full first screen here. Okay, and let's get started. As usual, if there are any questions, please do use the raise hand feature or, pop it in the chat. And your questions will be answered as soon as possible. So what you're looking at here right now is VS Code. Okay, some of you might have it showing up white, some might have it dark like this. The color does not matter, it's just an option under preferences, I believe under themes, and you can choose the color theme that you want. I choose dark because my eyes are pretty sensitive and it hurts if I use the light one for too long. So the actual what you see should be exactly the same when you do open it up. And if you want to start coding, what you need to do first, no, it is VS Code, the downloaded version. So vscode.dev is on your browser, you go on the internet and then you go to VS Code. This one, we're actually downloading it first. So for VS Code to work, VS Code is a code editor, which just means that you are using it to write and run your code, but you need to tell it, where to save your code on your computer. Oh no, one sec, I don't know how that happened. Okay, so you need to save your code on your computer somewhere because this software here, its job is only to read and write your code. It's not to handle anything else. So the first thing you need to do is create a folder or go to a folder that you have ready. So a lot of you yesterday did create your folder that you're going to put your class code in, but if you did not, what you need to do is, you might see a different kind of page here, but that might just be the welcome page. But you go to File, and you select Open Folder, or you can select, I'd say Open Folder is probably the best one. You could go ahead and create a new file directly, but I do think opening the folder is good so that you have all your files in the same place. So when you do that, you're going to get a pop-up. It's going to look a little bit different if you're on a Mac versus Windows, just a little bit different, but it's your computer. You know where to go to find your folders. Create your folder in a place that's easy for you to access all the time. So for a lot of you, that might be your desktop. Some of you might put it in your main file within PC. I'm not sure exactly where, documents or something. Wherever it's really easy for you to go and save your files all the time. So for me, the way I organize my computer is that I have folders inside of folders with more folders inside. So I'll go to where I save mine, but yours is going to look different. And when you watch the other instructors, it might look a little different, but that's just because they are telling the computer or their VS Code where to save their code. So for me, it is inside of files, and I'm just gonna like pop through this because I have a lot of files. So we are the September cohort. Okay, so now that I'm in the main folder that I want, to keep all my code in, you'll see here I have, some folders for each week. These are not related to the code. This is more like organizational stuff. Oh, I see
Hello.
someone's unmuted. Yes.
Yeah. Can you please just go back a little bit, like from which studio you go to the safe place?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Like,
From
can you go back to the Visual Studio place and
Yes.
show? Yes, please.
So yeah, okay. So on VS Code, on the top left corner, you click on File and then Open Folder. So that is going to let you choose the folder that you want it to go in. So we can walk you through individually during lab, but yeah, thank you. And then you just select, where on your file that on your computer you want to save your code. So here I have a folder called In Class, and that's just because, let me actually delete it and create it for you. So let's say I want to store all of my files inside of a folder just to keep it organized, called In Class, and I guess I'll just put In Class or just class, sure, for class things, so directly related to class. Now, within here, we've got this class folder, and I want to let VS Code open this whole folder so that every single class I can store my files here. It's up to you, really, at the end of the day, which folder you use, what you call it, but that's what I'm going to open up right here, just so you know what I see on the left. I'm going to say I trust the authors. So the reason why you get this pop-up when you open up the a folder is because good practice is not to run any random person's code. So if you have a folder that you downloaded off the internet, it's good not to trust the authors because you might run malicious code, right? So only if you know what kind of files are going to be in there, and you do for the full files that you create here because you're the one creating them. So when you do that, what you'll see on the left here is class, right? This is the folder that I just opened. So for all of you, that's what you're going to see. And all of your code is going to be inside of this box. Now, beside that, there are two buttons. And there's actually like a refresh as well and minimize, but we're going to focus on these two. The one on the left is open a new file. And a file is where you will write your code. The one on the right is open a new folder, which is different because a folder is used for organizing things. It does not have any code itself, but you can put files inside of folders. So for this, I'm going to say, okay, I want a new, let's say I make a new file first, okay? And Tasneem did a really good job showing this yesterday. I just want to recap in case some of you were not there in class yesterday before we dive in. So inside of here, today is lecture 11, so I'm going to say lecture 11. And we need to provide information about what programming language we are going to be writing our code in, which is JavaScript. Okay, actually, this is not lecture 11, this is lecture 13, my bad. So I'm going to say lecture 13. Okay, so you notice how I just right-clicked and clicked rename. So you can do that at any point if you named it the wrong thing. You can always go back and change it. Or if you don't want to do it here, you can also go to your folder structure. Notice how I opened this class folder earlier. If I go inside now, this file that I created in VS Code shows up in my actual computer files now. And I can always come here and rename the folder as well, or the file as well. Okay, so when we're in here, we are ready to start writing code. And I'm going to close this one, this other tab here. So there's two tabs. This other tab is just sort of a welcome landing page that VS Code kind of provides as default. So I'm going to close this for now and focus on this one over here. Okay, so whoa, that is not what I wanted to open. What I wanted to open was just to make sure I'm covering the right things for today. Okay, so the first thing is, where to go to find your files, create the files, and make a new file. The next thing is just to recap on some of the things that you learned yesterday to refresh your memory before we dive into things a little deeper, right? So yesterday, you learned about strings, you learned about numbers, you learned about how to print things to console. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I was just about to get there. Thank you, Abdurrazak. So one of the comments we just got here is showing how to auto-save your work, because if you do not save your work, you will not, save your work, because it's just a file. So very similar to how, when you're writing Word documents, you have to save your file to save anything. That happens here as well. So if I come in here and, yesterday you learned how to print something to your terminal, right? So to do that, you can do console.log and then the name of like the string that you want to provide, right? So we can say console.log, and then I'm going to say my name is Hafsa, okay? So when we do this, this is a line that you saw yesterday. I'm just going to break it down for you because we did get some questions in the lab. Console is a, we'll get into the details of like an object later, but basically console.log tells us that we want to take this terminal, which is also called a console, and we want to create a log there. And the first thing we want to put on our log, so a log is kind of like a list of, things that happen. We are basically printing out whatever I put inside of here. Now, when I type that, what you'll notice is that there is a little dot over here. Okay, there's a little dot that showed up beside my file name. Okay, that wasn't there before. And the reason for that is because it is showing me that my file is not saved yet. Now, if I try to run my file, so I'm gonna try that right now. You saw this yesterday, how to run your file. You can go to terminal, create a terminal so that you can start launching, like you can launch Node and launch your file. Or also another way is you can open terminal is by clicking on this little button, whichever one you use, as long as you get to terminal. I'll use this one just because it actually says the words there. So you can click on new terminal. That is going to create your terminal. And what you see first when you open that is the file path. So where you are right now in your computer. Here it tells me that I'm in C, users, Hafsa, desktop files, OneDrive, which is where I store everything, personal, coding and color, September class. This here tells me where my file is, where VS Code thinks my file is, okay? So if you have a path here that does not match where your code is, you will not be able to run your code. Now, because I have this dot, if I come in here, if you want to run your file, you have to type node, because node is the compiler, it is the translator for us going from this JavaScript language to computer language. Okay, so we have to say, hey, node, you're the translator. I want you to translate and make my computer run this file, which is called lecture 13. Okay, so I'm going to say lecture 13.js. Sometimes you can get away without the .js either way, but I'm going to put it in there for completeness and hit enter. And you'll notice, the same line just came up, right? There's no print. This was supposed to give me an output, but it didn't. And the reason for that is because I did not save my changes. The file thinks it is still empty because the new line that I wrote did not show up. So there's different ways you can save your file. You know how when you're using any other type of file, you can do Control S, Command S to save your file, or you can go to File, Save, and that will save it as well. Now, the suggestion that was given in the chat earlier about autosave is a few options down. There's an option called autosave. And if you click on that, you don't need to worry about saving anymore. VS Code will take care of that for you. The reason you can turn it off is because sometimes you don't want it to overwrite your old changes until you are done. So you want to like manually take care of saving, but I really think everyone should keep it on. If it is on, you will see a little check mark beside it. Okay, so I highly encourage everybody to go in there and turn it on, because otherwise you're going to be frustrated by your code not running, even though you made your changes, and then you're like, what is going on? Just always save your file, okay? So this time after saving, the dot is gone because it's saying that, this is the final file. So I need to run it again. Now, one thing I could do is type that all over again, right? I could say lecture 13.js, and that would be one way to run it again. Another way is to press the up arrow key on your keyboard. Okay, so what that means is you click down here in your terminal. If you are on your terminal, it will turn out white, okay? If it's not, it is like an empty box. So right now it is telling me I am ready to accept input. And if you click the up arrow key on your keyboard, like magic, it brings back the previous one. It will not work if you haven't installed Node, correct. Make sure you do install Node. After you install Node, make sure you relaunch VS Code. Okay, that's very important. If you do not relaunch VS Code, it will not work either. So,
Excuse me?
yes.
So how do we install Node? Like Node.js.node was installed at the same time when VS Code was installed.
Yes. So yesterday, were you in class yesterday or not?
Yeah, I was in the first class, and I took that in the first lecture. I was in there. For the second lecture I was not there. So
Okay.
the
Gotcha. So,
second by first lecture I mean the third lecture. I took the third
gotcha.
lecture. Yeah, I took the third lecture where we downloaded VS Code and Node.js.
Yes.
So
So
yes, if I'm trying to run my thing, it is showing me that it cannot run without JDOT.
yes.
Can
So what I
yes.
would recommend is closing your VS Code and relaunching it after Node was installed, because VS Code needs to, like when it's being created, needs to know that Node is there when you launch that instance. For individual issues with Node, we'll come back to it during lab, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, so I see Drazak, you have a question as well?
It's not a question.
Ah,
I just have
oh, like a
additional
suggestion?
information about what you're saying.
Mhm.
So in order for Node to work, I've noticed yesterday while having some student, it's best practice to run Visual Studio as administrator
Ah,
to launch the configuration for Node.js.
okay. Thank you for that. All right, so run your VS Codes as admin. So to do that, what you need to do is, I believe you right click and then you click run as administrator, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, thank you, Oliver, for providing that answer. So if you don't want to write everything all over again, you can just click on your terminal and press up, down. So what that lets you do is basically cycle through all of your old commands so that you're not always typing the same thing over and over again. Okay, so up and down arrow keys just lets you go through them. And also left and right arrow keys lets you go back and forth on the terminal. You can't really go back like to a specific spot with your mouse. It won't let you to go back and change anything. So if you want to update, you have to like kind of go back and then maybe like change the letters if you want to. Yes, for individual issues with Node, we'll do that during the lab time, okay? So hang on to that and just make sure that you raise your hand when you when we go into lab. So for now, when you have your Node installation and you have your file saved, okay? Make sure that you turn on autosave because then you don't have to worry about that. When we run again, you'll see that the output comes out. Okay, that tells you that your code is working. If what you're expecting to come out does come out. Now, if you have an error from some of the stuff that we saw yesterday in terms of the labs and the the office hours, some of the common mistakes when it comes to getting this kind of output without any errors is either your node is not installed. So if your node is not installed, your output is going to say something like, it does not know what node is, okay? Otherwise, if you get an output that says module not found, but node is there, what might be happening is your file path might not be correct. And thank you so much, Abdrazak, for offering to help like that. That's really nice. Nice. Okay. So if you have your an error, okay, I'm going to show you a few of the common errors, and if you are having that error, possibly this can help. So on the left-hand side, some of you have another folder, okay? Not a file, but a folder. So here I'm gonna say lecture 13, that's gonna be my folder, and I'm gonna put my file inside, okay? So this time, if you have this little arrow that you can click on, that means you have a folder, okay? That means that your VS Code will not be able to see the file, okay? If I try that same code again, and I run it, this time I am getting this big thing, okay? And it's like, when you see it, it can be a little scary. But don't be worried, you can read the error message. VS Code is trying to help you, okay? So here, when you read this, you can see it says error, cannot find module, and then it gives me this huge path, okay? So this huge path tells me where Node is trying, where Node is trying to find my file that I told it to run, okay? So what I told it to run was in this location, run lecture 13 file. But in this location, that file does not exist, okay? So inside of the class folder, which is the last place it's going to look, inside of there is no lecture13.js, okay? There is lecture 13, but lecture 13 here has an arrow beside it, okay? That means lecture 13 here is a folder, not my file. So VS Code and Node here does not find the file it's looking for. That's why you might be getting this error. At the bottom here, you can see it says Node.js, and it gives me the version number of my node. That means my node is fine, but the file is not found, okay? So if you guys are getting this error, check your folder location. How do we fix this? Well, we can see here that it's looking inside of the class folder, okay? My class folder right now has this lecture 13 folder, and I can also see this in my folder structure that's in my computer. Okay, so we have here class, my class, and then we have the lecture 13 folder, no files here. Inside of there, I have my lecture 13 file. It's a script, it's a JavaScript file. Here, we have lecture 13, the folder. Inside of that is the file that I want to run. So what we can do here, we have a suggestion in the chat saying CD. We're not going to get into CD right now. I'm just going to show how to run it without CD. So what we need to do to get to our file, which is there, it's just inside of this folder, right? We need to provide VS Code, or right here, we're actually talking to Node. We're saying, Node, you are currently trying to look in the class file. But inside of there, I have a folder called lecture 13. And inside of that folder, I have my file. So to tell it that, we can provide, yes, exactly. So we have a suggestion there in the chat. We say we want to run inside of this folder. How do we tell it to go inside? We just put a slash. Okay, we say we're going to go inside of this folder. In there, we have a file called lecture13.js. Okay, now when I hit enter, we get the output because Node is not looking in class anymore. It's looking inside of the lecture 13 folder. All right. Another common mistake is, so we covered 2 right now. Well, 3. One is you did not relaunch VS Code after you downloaded Node. Okay, you installed Node. You need to relaunch VS Code to make sure that it starts with Node installed. The second is you did not save your file before you ran. In that case, you will get no output. The third is your file is inside of a folder, but you have not told Node to go look inside of a folder. Okay, so that's this example here. Oh, can I zoom in? How do I do that? I actually do not know.
Control plus, or you could use control with the mouse button thing.
Oh, control plus. Aha. Okay, well, I think that's a little bit too much. Is that good, or should we do this one? I think let's do this one, sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, but then it kind of chops off. So let me do. Is this one still okay, or?
No, it's good now. It's very good. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
By
Beautiful.
the way, I don't want to interrupt you so much, but I'm looking for something, if anyone familiar. If there is a way to do word drop, So a long line horizontally is not going so long. It's just gonna do like word drop in the screen.
Oh, like on this, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how to turn that on, to be honest, but
We'll
that
look
should
at
be
that
there
later.
somewhere. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. I think it. Yeah, let's look into that. That's a good point. Okay. Alrighty. So that was another common mistake, which is your file is inside of a folder that you know, your node can't find right now. The other, so we solve it like node, folder name, file name. Exactly. Perfect. That's exactly how you do it. The other common mistake is not using the correct name. Okay, so here, instead of lecture 13, if I called my file, let me rename it just as an example here, lecture space 13. Okay, there's a space there. If your file that you're telling Node, the file name does not match 100%, it will not find your file. Okay, so let's try that again. It's complaining again. It's saying, hey, I can't find this file that you told me to find. So if you get this error, always check your file path and also make sure that you're using the right file name. Okay, so right now it's telling me lecture space 13, lecture 13, that does not match. Now, should I change this or should I change that? I would actually recommend you change your file name to not use any spaces just because it's better that way. But if you do use a space, I believe you can, let me test this. I'm not 100% sure. I usually do not use spaces in my file name, but let me see if that works. Okay, so you can wrap it in quotation marks, and that will work as well.
How do you run it? By pressing F5 or going to the run on the top?
Oh, you need to open terminal. So the terminal option and then new terminal. And then you need to actually type in the command to run.
What is that command to run?
These ones over here. So node and then the name of your file or the folder with the name of your file.
Hold on, where it is?
The ones over here. So like where my mouse is down here, these ones. But the names of the folder will be based on your folder if you have one.
Yeah, can you please highlight
file.
again? Highlight
these
again
ones.
how to. I'm not able to.
So let me use the annotation. So it depends on your folder structure, but
Yes.
it will look like this. You type node and then the name of your file or the name of your folder.
And we write that in the terminal.
Yes, correct. I see here, my question is, mine not showing the same error if I made the same mistake as you. Mahon, can you provide information about which error you are getting? And then I see here, the term node is not recognized. Okay, if you're getting the term node is not recognized, please make sure that you relaunch VS Code after node was installed, because that means that VS Code does not know or does not have access to node. Okay. And all right.
Oh, sorry. So the question that I was asking, so I'm not getting an error, but you know how when you were showing when you put the slash
Yes.
into the folder, like I didn't do that, but like it did display it for me, like once I closed the console and then like opened it or the terminal and like opened it again. So I'm just wondering like why that would happen. Like how come for me it didn't show up, but then for you it wasn't, like you had to like specify exactly like which folder to get inside.
Yes, so that's because I stuck it inside of a folder. Yours is probably not in a folder. So if your file is not inside of like a hidden folder, it's not hidden inside of a folder, it will work without the lecture 13 part over here.
Oh, okay. I think I was thinking because like I have the class folder, I guess that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I didn't make a separate folder for
Yeah.
it.
So that's fine. I was just demoing what happens if you do have a separate folder. But if your file is outside here, like you don't have like an extra folder, it will run fine with just the name of the file like that.
Okay, and then if you add a folder later, so like for instance, if I was to add a folder now, is that something that you can do, or would that like?
Yeah, you can do it. You just have to change how you call it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yes, because every time you're telling Node where to find the file, you're basically like instructing it new. Okay. So yeah, you can add folders, you can change your entire folder structure. That does not, it won't affect it. You just have to make sure when you're telling it to run, you have to tell it exactly where to find the file. Now, again, I would recommend that if you want to remove it, you can right click and delete, I believe. You can just delete. Great question. Okay, but don't do that if your files are inside, because you're going to lose your files as well. You can pull your file out back out of the folder. So let's say mine is inside of the folder right now, but I want to take it out. I can just pull it out of the folder, and now it's not inside. So when I toggle this arrow, it doesn't get hidden, right? So I can go ahead and delete that, and it won't be a problem. Okay, so I see a lot of people have these hidden folder issues. Yeah, so sometimes, you do want to have these folders just so that you can put, I can have lecture 13 here in the same place, and I'm just going to move that back. So it's there, and then I can also put, my lecture 14 here. So this afternoon when you come back, you can have your code for that here, and it's very easy to go from one to the other. So it's, it's nice to have these folders. It's just that when you are calling it for, to run, you have to just provide the right file path. Okay.
I need assistance with how to run. So like what you were telling about a folder, like I have lecture13.js. Is it a folder? It's a file name, right?
It's a file name, exactly.
So can you write the command how to run the file?
Yes. So you type node and then the name of the file.
So I just write,
So like,
do I write node.js or just node?
Just node, NODE space, and then the name of the file. So lecture
node and then lecture 13.
And that should work. Yes. Let me just go back here. We've got, I believe you need to install Node. Yes. Great. Mahom, you tried adding a folder and it's still working because you probably did not take the file inside of the folder. Like if yours looks kind of like lecture13.js, like this, and you can toggle this and the file stays outside, that means it's not inside of the folder. So it's still going to be in the main folder. What is the importance of files inside of folders? Okay, you said got it. So yeah, Najla, if there's any follow-up question on that, please let me know. If you wanted to, can you just write lecture13.js, the file name without specifying the folder? Are you just showing another way of potentially using the file? Well, it just depends on if you have something in a folder or not. If your file is inside of a folder, you need to specify the file path, where like to go inside of the folder to get it. If it's not inside of a folder, if it's out here inside of the class, inside of the, the main workspace you're working in, then you don't need to specify the folder. So this error, what do I do with them? Oh,
I have a question. So these things are only specific to VS Code, VS Studio, or we have to do the same thing in any other compiler as well?
Correct, any other. What we're doing here is basically working with Node. So Node is the only compiler we're going to be using for the JavaScript. So whenever you're talking to Node, you need to tell it where to find the file.
I see.
Yeah. And later on, we're going to talk about like terminal commands that will let you actually change your where you are directory. If you want to skip ahead and learn about changing directory, you can. For now, what we're just going to do is say we're going to provide information about the folder to go into. So here I've got, let me see here. For this error, what do I do with them? Like delete or just continue? What am I? So Beta, I'm not sure what you are asking because I'm not sure which error you're getting. Ksenia, Yeah, let's look into your node installation later because it looks like for some reason your node is not being recognized. Okay, so that's a different issue. For some reason the node install is not correct. Yes, so let me just look here. So Mahon, I think, let me see, that's different. Okay, so this here, what you've got is not the same as this. Okay, so I'll point out the difference, and thank you for sending that screenshot. It helps. So this one here is the folder, but you'll notice the file is on the same line, right? In mine, there's actually a line beside it, and the file is inside of the folder. So yours is, yeah, so it's not inside yet. If you drag it inside, then you will need to specify the file path. What is under terminal, all the errors? Yeah, so this here, this is my terminal. Every time you run node, or every time you try to run your file, it's all just going to compile here. So the first time I ran it was just with, I forgot which example we were doing, but I think it was, we couldn't find the file. So we got an error, and then I tried again. It worked, and then we tried again. We got another error, and then we tried again, and it worked. So that's the history that we're seeing here. The only line you need to care about when you're using your terminal is like the last one, the last set that you were working with. Okay. Not sure why mine is showing this. Just take a look at that. Well, this does. You did not specify node. Another thing, it says no such file or directory. It's hard to say. Yeah, you need to specify node, but it's also hard to say without knowing what your folder structure looks like on the left-hand side. All right. So let's look at some other things. Oh, after Zach, I see your hands up. Did you have a question or something?
I would like additional information about the extension we downloaded yesterday, which called Code Runner.
Yes.
What's
Code
the
Runner?
difference between this and the terminal?
To be honest, I don't really use Code Runner. My understanding is that it just helps because you kind of just get like a button that you can click. Like you'll notice I don't have it installed.
Yeah.
But it just makes your life a little easier because you don't need to write your file path or anything. What it does is it looks at which file you have open and it lets you run that.
Okay, so it picks the right command and then it runs it on its own.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
the same.
that might make your life easier, but I don't use it myself.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sweet. Is there a limit on how many times we can code and enter the code and get errors, or can we just keep trying? You can just keep trying as many times as you want. Node will not get bored at all. So yeah, you can spam it and keep trying as long as you're really like looking at the error it's giving you, because it's trying to communicate with you when it does give you an error. It's not just being annoying for no reason. It is trying to help. Okay, so all right, what are some other errors that you can get? So let's take a look, some of the other things. So one of the other things I saw quite often is this. Okay, so if you don't put your quotation marks, and to seem stressed on this yesterday, you have to put your quotation marks for VS Code to recognize that you want it to produce a specific value. What do I mean by that? If I type this and I have autosave on, so it's saving, but there's no dot here, so it's supposed to run. And then I go here and I go, whoops, I think I changed my file back. Okay, so I run it and now I'm getting an error again. And I can look at this and get frustrated, but let's read what it's trying to tell us. Okay, what it's saying is it's pointing to a specific part of my code. Okay, so you'll notice this is exactly that, console.log. And now it's pointing at the my, and it's saying missing bracket after argument list. We're not sure what that means yet because we haven't talked about arguments, but what we can also see is here. So yes, it's showing us the line, it's also showing us, if you look up here, it's giving us the same thing that we had before. It's showing us where we are trying to run. It's showing us the name of our file. And then it's showing a number, okay? This number tells us which line on our file the error is happening. What is a line? Here, on the left-hand side, there's going to be line numbers. And let me just show you that. I'm gonna take this. Just copy that a bunch of times. You'll notice that these line numbers are showing up here on the left-hand side. Okay, so if the error was not in the first line and it wasn't in the second line, and here I've got a bunch, so I'm gonna just make these correct. And then let's say my error is on line 4. Okay, so let's try that again. You'll notice here we've got a 4 now. Okay, so that means the error is on line 4. And it's also pointing at the spot like that. Okay, now we have a comment here that says, it would be nice if the computer just said, put quotation marks. Now that's a really good point. The problem is the computer doesn't know what you're trying to do and it doesn't know what you're doing. Okay, it is like you have to talk to the computer like it doesn't know. What it thinks you are trying to do here. And you guys learned about variables yesterday a little bit. What it thinks you're trying to do is it thinks you're trying to use a variable named my. Okay, so let me just show you what that means here. So yesterday you saw how to declare a variable. And let's say I create a variable called my, and I'm going to just say hi. Okay, I'm storing the value hi inside of the variable my. Now, what it thinks I'm trying to do, you'll notice when I click on this, it highlights this one here, right? So I want you to pay attention to these things that the editor, VS Code, is trying to help us with, right? If I click on the word my, it is highlighting both the word and the variable. So what it thinks you're trying to do is use a variable. And if I, get rid of it right now, it thinks I am, but it doesn't know what that variable is. And then there's also a bunch of other words here. Console.log is our command to the to the code here, to the computer. And within these brackets, the reason we have brackets is because we are telling it, I am going to give you some values that I want you to print out. I want you to put these values on my terminal. Now, it can only take one value at a time. Okay, so I can put a single value within quotation marks, or I can put a number. That will work as well. So if I go like this, that will work as well. I can put a single variable. So if I put my, nope, not that. You know what? I'll just put it. I'll just give it the word again. Yesterday you learned about variables. I can put the name of my variable in here. That will work as well. But it cannot have more than one thing. So earlier, when I made a syntax error and I wrote my name is Hafsa without quotation marks, this here is complaining because it's saying, you're giving me too many things. You are missing a bracket after you give me one thing. So that's why it's complaining. Okay, it's expecting only one thing and then a closed bracket. Now we do have, sorry, we do have something in the chat here. Let me just pull it up for you. So this example has a comma in between, and so it's a bit of a different example, but let's focus on one thing for now, like printing one item. We'll get to concatenation inside of the console log at a later point. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. What about the problem tab at the bottom? Does that show errors too? Problems. So the problems tab does, it does help and it's useful, but I do think that like the terminal output is a little bit more specific because it tells you what kind of error you got. And it also tells you, like, gives you some hints on what to do. So I'd like for you guys to like practice looking at the console instead, because it's just the, like either the console or if you are using CodeRunner, then the CodeRunner output, which will be in the output tab. So I'm going to get rid of this error and let's get rid of this one as well. So if you're trying to output a specific value, make sure that you put quotation marks around it, okay? That will make it possible to output exactly what you put there. The value, again, it can be a number, it can be true or false, it can be whatever it is that you want to put out as the output. I do see Mahmoud have a question.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask if oh, you know the part where it says missing bracket after argument list? What is the stuff after that saying? Because I feel like
Yes,
looking
this stuff over here, right?
yeah.
This stuff, ignore it for now. What it's basically what's called a stack trace. So a stack trace. For you guys, for now, you can ignore it. What it helps you do is if your error later on in the course, when we link together multiple files, so you've got lecture 1, and then you've got like another file that you're using in the same project, and then you have like 10 different files you're using in the project. What this here helps you do is find out exactly where the problem started, and how to like what the path is for the problem to be found. The reason you can ignore it for now is because you'll notice these are all node issues, because right now we're not linking together any other files. We're just saying, I want to run this file right here. We're just going to focus on the white parts. Thanks for that question. Samra, your hand. Yes. So Abdul Hadi, we can, but like we'll introduce that later on. Thank you for that. If you guys want to experiment, go on ahead. But for the syntax errors that people are getting, which is, if they're not using the quotation marks, then we get the same kind of error, and we want to focus on that for now. Yes, Samra?
So every time we are basically printing anything, we are using console.log.
Correct. Yes.
And I know it's advanced, but for when we are using the logical, like when we are creating some logic, we won't be
Yes.
using console.log, while like when you were assigning variable, so you didn't ever use console.log. But it's console.log is just the print you said.
Exactly. Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anything you want to do like quietly, like without producing an output, yeah, you do that directly without console.log. Perfect. All right. So what's another error we saw often yesterday? Another error is not using the brackets. Okay, if you have this, first off, VS Code is really helpful. It's outlining that we have an error, right? These squiggly brackets, pay attention to them, okay? Squiggly brackets underneath something, VS Code is trying to warn you that there is an issue. But what happens if we try to run it? Well, we get another error block, but this time it's telling us something different. So it's still syntax error because we've made basically a spelling mistake in our code. And this time it's saying unexpected string, and it is pointing at the spot that has my string. Make sure you use your brackets properly. So the brackets, when you're doing console.log, is telling, it's kind of like you're taking your thing that you want to create and print out. You're taking that and you're putting it inside of console.log's basket, I will say. Kind of like putting it in a basket and saying, okay, whatever's in that basket, that's what I want you to produce for me on the terminal. Okay, so if you keep it empty and you do just console.log empty basket, it's gonna just produce empty. If you put a number in the basket, it's going to produce the number. If you put a string in the basket, it is going to produce the string. Okay, and just to follow on that, oh yes.
Yes, I have a question. So is there a way how we can select the part of the code we need to run? So for example, when we write node.lecture 3, it will run the whole lecture 13, it will run whole lecture 13 file. But for example, in other languages, we have an option to comment out the part we don't want to run. So
Yes.
in the same way, can we do it in JavaScript as well?
Yes, we can. Thank you for bringing that up. So to comment out or to hide any part of your code, which means that you want the compiler, when Node is running your code, you want it to skip this line. There's different ways you can comment. I believe there should be a button when you right click. Maybe not. Okay, if not, Okay, I'll show you the keyboard shortcut then instead. I thought there was like a button that you could use for now, but that's okay. If any of you know where the button shortcut is, please go on ahead. But if you want to do it manually, you can go to the front of your line and put 2 slashes before it. It will turn the line green. Green means the node here is going to skip that line. So you'll notice now it's skipping my name is Hafsa, it's only producing the 5. Okay, if I make this one green as well, so I can go to the front, I can put 2 slashes and print that again, nothing comes out because it's skipping both. Now, if I want to undo that, I can take that out, or, and this is going to be useful for you guys going forward, if I have many lines, right, it's very annoying to go in there and change them one by one, right? So what can we do? We can grab all of our lines, and on your computer, and again, I thought there was going to be like a right-click kind of shortcut to do this, but you can do it on your keyboard as well. Control or Command, if you're on a Mac, you hold that button and you press the slash button, and it will add or remove the, oh, 1 second, let me, oh, nope, I clicked the wrong button. There we go. So it will add or remove the slashes for you. The reason I was getting this earlier is because some of my ones were not commented. So you click you select the ones you have commented out. That's what we call it. If it's commented out, you can uncomment it so that it will run, or you can comment it so it will be skipped. You can comment it so it will be skipped. You grab them all and comment. Okay, so slash. Perfect for Montanite, exactly. So it is Control or Command and the slash button. So it's basically like the same symbol you would use to make the comments. So thank you for asking, Dasama. That's great. Okay, what's another issue we saw yesterday? Another issue was that there was no dot. So people were using console log. Now what's going to happen if I run that? So if I run that, you'll notice the arrow where it's saying where the problem is right at the beginning. It's saying reference error. So this is not syntax, it's reference error. Because now, this time, it's saying console log is not defined. If you ever get this, what that means is that Node is basically saying, you told me to do something. You told me to use console log, but I don't know what that is. It doesn't exist. Can you tell me what it is? Okay, so when you're using console, we'll get into references later on when we get to objects later this week. But for now, just make sure you have your dot. You should have 2 colors, okay? It can be blue and yellow, or it could be a different 2 colors depending on the theme you chose. But you need to put the dot in between so that it will work. Okay, what are the purpose of comments? For now, forget something, yeah, that's one reason. So that we can remember the purpose of creating that part of code. That is another purpose. I think just to keep notes. Okay, so a lot of suggestions for why comments are used. The answer is all the above. So sometimes you wrote code that you don't want to run right now. Select and then, yes, Control slash, perfect. So one of the reasons is if you wrote code, you don't want to delete it, but you want to run your file without it. You can comment out the code that you don't want to run. Another more common reason is to put notes to yourself and to other developers about what you wrote. So here I will say examples of printing to console, for example. Okay, and that way, if someone else one day or a future me opens this file, they know what I was doing here. And it's a very good habit to get into, to write comments like this around your file to describe what you were doing. Also in the assignments for the lab, we're going to use comments as part of your submission. So if you are answering a question like explain why, like let's say the question was explain why you get an error if you don't use quotation marks when you're console logging a string, then your answer could be inside of a comment and you could say because console.log is expecting, a single string input, something like that. Okay, so we're gonna accept your answers within the console here, not console, within your file as comments. I see something here. We can put more than one variable inside of console log. Someone else put a picture. Yes, so we can, but because we still have like issues with using the what's it called, console log just as is, I'm not going to introduce the multi input ones yet, in a moment. So any questions about these so far? How to find out what error you're having and how to, go about fixing it. What's this one here? Let name. Oh, nice. So thank you for that, Adrosak. So this picture here shows us a multi-line comment that is basically, instead of having slashes in front of each line, it's going to gather up all of those lines and put it inside of a single multi-line comment. Now, that's good. But for now, like in the examples that we're going to do, I'm going to just use the single double lines. But everyone's good to try that. What's the reason for let instead of var? So that's a good question. The reason for that is because I believe, so my understanding at the moment is that var was used earlier. It was introduced in earlier versions of JavaScript, and yes, I'm not sure what number. So they work very similarly, and I believe Tasneem actually provided a difference in the way they work. But var, let me just put my variable, and let's give that a number. Okay, so this here, it will declare your variable properly, but it is a good practice to use let instead, and to use let and const. So const we haven't talked about yet, but it is the alternative to that, and they are my second variable. Const is if you don't want it to change ever. Let is you're allowing it to change value later if you want it to. So I would suggest you guys use let. Don't use var because it's kind of like outdated at this point. You're either using let or const. What double slash stands for? Okay, nice. Thank you guys for answering that. Okay, great. Now one of the things you might have noticed as I was creating a new variable here is if you put two variables with the same name, it's going to complain as well. Okay, one way to find out what's going on is to scan over. Okay, and what you'll see is when you scan over this, it says cannot redeclare block scoped variable my variable. So what this is really saying is you are trying to create a variable with the same name and give it another value. So you cannot have two variables with the same name. Okay, just make sure that is there. And if I try to run this as is, it's also going to give that problem. It's a new error this time. It's saying the identifier, my variable, is here. It's pointing at it, and it's saying it has already been declared. So you have to create a new name for your variable. How to declare so to declare your variables, use let, provide a name for the variable, and give it a value. So you're saying let is going to create. It's basically like you are saying, I want to create a variable. So create variable. And then here is your variable's name. It's up to you what you call it. Be descriptive as possible in your variable names. Okay, then you need an equal sign. So let me make that better. You need an equal sign, and that will provide a way to put a value inside of there. Okay, so we're taking a value, the 5, and we're saying, okay, every time I refer to my variable like this, the value that I'm going to use is 5. So let me just show you what that looks like. Here, I'm going to say my variable. Okay, let me comment that out first. If I try to use my variable and I have not declared it yet, okay, this here is commented out. It means the code does not see it exist at all. If anything is in green, the code is not going to see it as existing. It's just going to read the lines that are not green. So it's going to not know that I have this there right now. It just says, okay, what is my variable? What happens if I try to run it? Well, it says console.log my variable, that's what I have here. It's pointing at that and it's saying, my variable is not defined. So what that means is Node, I told Node run this file. Oops, that's the wrong line that I highlighted. Oh, nope, it's okay. All right. So I told Node to run this file. It came through. So the way Node is reading this file, okay, it comes to the file and it says, skip, 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 skip. Oh, okay. I have a file, I have a line that I can run. So then it comes in here and it says, okay, I know how to do that. I can do it. So that's why we see my name is Hafsa right here. Okay, then it comes here and it says, how do I do this? And at that point, it says, okay, you're asking me to print out my variable, but I don't know what that means. Okay, that is why we are getting my variable is not defined. It is saying, I don't know what that means. Now, how do I teach it what that means? Okay, so when you're talking to the computer, you have to teach it everything one by one. I'm going to uncomment this and run through that example again. So this time, this is uncommented, which means Node is going to see it. Okay, so Node starts at the beginning. It says skip, 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 skip. It comes here and it says, ooh, okay, I am going to know now that whenever you say my variable, what you mean is the number 5. Okay, so at that point, it's going to say, okay, great, I'm going to skip this line. I can print out the name, so I'm going to put the name there. And then it comes here and says, okay, I know how to do that. I'm going to see my variable, but you told me before that anytime you say my variable, whatever name you gave it here, it has to match. So anytime you say my variable, I can look back and say, okay, I know what that value is. It is 5. So at that point, it is going to print out 5. So let me run that again. We have my name is Hafsa and we have the number 5. Use let, please. Thank you for that question. Okay, so it's just the more recent, not super recent, but like more recently, JavaScript, like JavaScript is a language, it keeps updating as it goes through. People add to it and things. More recently, the versions so variables still work. Let is more so the convention, which is why we want you guys to get into the habit of using it. It's the more like updated version of declaring the variable. Are variables case sensitive? Yes. So if I put a small v here, let me just, actually, I think it is. Let's test that. Yes. Okay. So it says my variable still, but the case does not match. So this is a capital, this is a small, and this time it's complaining again, and it says, I don't know what that is. Okay, so it's case sensitive. It has to match exactly. Okay. Now, I do notice that we are a little past the hour. I do want to give you guys the 5-minute break. And I think I'll leave it up to you guys after break. Should we just keep running through examples like this, or would you guys do you want to go do the lab exercise? Because I think both are important. But I'm just I don't know how you're feeling. More examples. Okay. All right. Yeah, we can keep running through examples and just do that for the lab section. So 5 minutes, let's take 5 minutes and then keep doing these kind of examples here. All right. So I'll see you back at 12 past. Okay, let's stop the screen share.
Hey guys, somebody's mic is on, so please turn it off for privacy purposes. I believe you're not aware of your mic.
Alrighty. Okay, so hopefully everyone's getting back from break, and if you have any trouble with your node right now, and you are not able to run your code yet, please use the raise hand. And one of us here, one of us will get to you and take you to a breakout room so that you can be helped based on the issue that you're facing, okay? Otherwise, we have come in here new to all these things. So I think it'd be better for us here new to just follow and not jump to something else. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of conversation was going on earlier, but that's, yeah, thank you, Najla. Okay, so we have some hands up. If you have like questions for the main room, let me know, like you can go on ahead. Otherwise, yeah, Alim and Tasneem, whenever, I think we have breakout rooms for like individual chats, so you can just take people there and take a look at the node installs and things. That would be great. Alrighty. So
All right, for sure.
yeah, thank you guys. In the meantime, so we got earlier the requests for, you know, just to continue doing some more practice on this. Yeah, so just more practice, more examples. So I think I'll just keep doing that, and you know, as you are so here we have, you know, are we going to work on lab exercise? So yes and no. So the thing is, let me just go look at what I had planned for the lab exercise so that, sorry, let me, 1 sec. Because what I'm worried about is, oh, you know what? Actually, I think you guys know enough to do the lab exercise. So I will actually post that so that you can work on that, because the things that we actually covered is good for that. But I also did get some requests for more examples. So I think, we'll do as preferred for people. We do want you all to do the lab exercise, except I just don't know, if you're ready to do it or not. I think I'll let you guys be the judge of that for yourselves. If you want more examples, we can stay here in the main room and keep doing examples. And for those who are, you think that you're able to do the lab exercise, you can do that. Let me just post it right now. This is Tuesday, 26th, and assignments. Okay. Let me indent that, put that up here. Apologies. Okay, let's put on submissions, files, and alrighty. So you should be able to see it now. It is up. And if you are like, I'll give you guys like a few minutes to read over it, and let me actually make that easier by screen sharing it so that you can see it live. Some of you, might be confident to try it out yourself at this point. Others may not, and both versions are fine. It's just that if you read over it, so right now the lab is to declare a variable. So you're going to declare multiple variables. One is going to be for your first name, one is going to be for your last name, one for your age, and then one for whether or not you like ice cream. And then finally, one for your favorite color. And then you are going to create a new variable called for your full name. And you're going to put the value based on putting your first and last name together. But the first and last name that you use has to be from your variables and not directly. And then finally, you're going to put everything above together into a single sentence that logs to the console and says, I am, and then you put the value that is stored in your variable here. And then I am the value that is stored in your variable here. And then I, whether you like ice cream or not, and then the favorite color that you used up here. Okay, and then so once you do that, you will try to create 5 different error messages and put that in your file as comments. So that's the exercise. You can all find this on Canvas. Some of you, might be able to do that. Go on ahead and start. But I want to, provide examples for not using these examples exactly, but how to do this further. So if you do want to, be moved into a quiet breakout room because you are ready to start working on these assignments, just put your hand up.
Submit the file? How do we submit the file?
To submit the file, let me go to student view actually. There we go. You should see it like this. You would, when you're ready, you start assignments, upload file, and then you just need to go to the location where your file is. So inside of the class folder, lecture 13, and then you just provide your file there. Okay. Yeah, if you're ready to do that. And if you want it to be quiet, you can either mute on your side, make the value, sorry, the audio go away. Otherwise, you can just put your hand up and I'll put you in a quiet breakout room if you want to work on this quietly. However, okay, so I'm going to assume hands that are up are for the breakout room. So Josak, I'll put you in a breakout room there. If you do have a question, just for now, please use the chat just so that I know that you are. Okay, so let me pop you inside of a breakout room there. Jonas, I assume you are ready to go as well, so I'll put you in a breakout room as well. And of course, while you're in the breakout rooms, please do, chat with people there. If you do have, if you guys want to discuss your answers, that would be great as well. So I'll put you in a breakout room there. Samina, I'll put you in a breakout room. Remember, everyone who's putting their hands up, I'm assuming you are ready to go to the breakout room. So I'll put you in there as well. Esra, I'll put you in there as well. Okay, Oliver, I'll put you in there as well. Okay, Dawood, you are going to breakout room 2. Walid, you are, I'm just putting you all in the same breakout room. Wakas, I'll put you in a breakout room. And Mahum, you are ready to go. Okay. Marwa, ready to go. Rayan, ready to go. Rafan, ready to go. Okay. Theo, ooh, a lot of you are ready to go. Okay, all right. So I was not expecting that, but that makes me happy. That's great. Okay, all right. This is great. Let's go. Okay, Helen, Senya. Okay. Oh, Senya is there. Ksenia, for yours, it says you're already assigned. You should be able to see like a button somewhere on your screen that says move to breakout room. Let me know if that does not show up. And Roman, you are going to breakout room 2. Annie, you are going to, and Soya. Okay. All right, I think I got everyone. Let me just go here and make sure. So we've got here, I'll stay here with you. I will keep anyone who decided to stay. Okay, when we resubmit assignments, does it erase previous entries? No, it does not. We're able to see, so you won't be able to see your previous assignments, so please do save a copy, but we'll be able to see them. We can see your previous ones too. Okay, we're using let, correct? So it doesn't change. You have a question. Is there any particular variable to use Boolean yes or no for liking ice cream? Okay, great question. No. So I could go for breakout room 2, but I joined the class late, so we want to go. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. So yeah, basically, yeah, we're just splitting the class up into people who are ready to start on the assignment or people who just want to see like more examples. So both are good again. We're just going to do them side by side, so we're not disturbing people who are working. Okay, dokes. So let me reshare my screen so that we go back to the VS Code, and then I'll answer your question there, Samra. That's a really good question. So Zoya, I see you have your hand up. I did assign you to breakout room with the people who are working on the assignment now. So you should see on your screen somewhere an option for entering the breakout room. And Mohammed, for you as well. So for you, did you want to be sent to a breakout room? Is that? Oh, I see your breakout room too. Okay, I'll put you in the other breakout room for starting assignments. Perfect. Okie dokes. All right, so let's, Christian as well. All right, so once I start the VS Code screen share, I'm going to assume that hands up are going to mean that you are, you have a question. So, but I haven't done that yet. So Christian, you are ready for assignments, and Sawa as well. So go on ahead. Oh, you have a question? Okay, you can cancel the breakout room invite if you have a question. Okay, so from here on out, hands up are going to be questions related to either more examples or just regular questions as well, not related to the assignment. So I'm going to screen share screen 1 again, and let's get started here with more examples. So going back to the questions that came up earlier. So for the first one I see here is about can we continue yesterday's lab? Sindis, yes. I would like if you want to complete that, you can. And then we have your variables are not working. Yes, okay. So let's take a look at that. So Walid, if you can maybe take a screenshot of, what you have or something like that, that would be great. But when you are assigning your variables, you need to have your declaration, and then you need to have your variable name, an equal sign, and then the value you want to save. Okay. I think we are ready to dive into live questions. Yes, Selwa, whenever you're ready.
Yes, sorry, Hafsa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I think I might have heard someone else ask this question. I still haven't listened to lecture 12.
Yes.
I just came in from a medical appointment, so I haven't been able to follow along. I was just listening to this lecture. So would you recommend that I jump off, go catch up on lecture 12, or should I stay on? I'm kind of like, there's many gaps that I'm trying to fill in right now, and I don't know what direction to take.
Mhm. I think it might be okay. I think, how about I'm like, let me I think it might be best to do lecture 12 first. I know that might kind of set you back a little bit for today's, but I think that either that, but I'm actually like covering a lot of what was covered in lecture 12, so there's that as well. So how about like you stay on for another like 5-10 minutes and like see if you're understanding it. If not, then like if you feel like there's a lot that is missing, then you can hop off. But I do think that I'm actually repeating like a bit of it. So yeah, I think let's have you stay on a few more minutes and then decide based on that, like if it's possible to follow along.
Okay, Hafsa. So I haven't downloaded anything yet, so I'm currently working on that. So I'll
Okay.
just listen and then go from there. My concern of like jumping off and going back to 12 is this recording will not be uploaded until later this evening. So then I don't even have the option to like maybe during my lunch break to go back and listen, right?
Yeah, like sometimes I forget, but most of the time I try to upload it during the lunch break.
Okay.
So I will put that down as a note to get it up like as soon as possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hafsa. I appreciate it.
Upload. Yeah, thank you for that. Upload class one during lunch. Okay, I'll just note of that. Yeah. Okay.
One more question, Hafsa.
Yes.
So the assignments we are doing, will they be like you guys will go over those assignments, or how it gonna work? Because I believe it will be a lot of work for you on your hand as well if you are going to go over this, or how we are basically getting the feedback.
Yeah. So feedback. So the I'd say unfortunate but fortunate at the same time conundrum we have right now is that it's a pretty small team with a lot of students. So our best method of providing feedback is live during labs and lectures and during office hours. However, your assignments, we are going to get to them. It's just that like as of right now, so we're still waiting for another instructor to come on board in the beginning of October. So once he's on board, then we'll have a little bit more room on the team and within our hours to go over the assignments. It's just that I don't think we can do so this week. That's kind of where we're
of course.
at.
Like, yeah, I understand. That expectation will be unrealistic if I expect you guys to go over the assignments and mark it or something. So maybe you can come up with something like from peer-to-peer evaluation or something like that, which basically provides us some kind of feedback. Or
Yeah. So that's what the labs are meant to be, to kind of work together and come up with a solution that is kind of peer reviewed, I would say. But I know that sometimes that doesn't quite work out. And so if there's any like lingering questions, and again, we will eventually, get to the assignments. But like in the meantime, like if you have questions about like whether you're doing something correctly, I think asking the question within labs and office hours is the best way to get that immediate feedback. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry about that, but thank you. Harina, you have a question?
Yes, Hafsa. are we gonna do like the assignment that the others on the lab are doing here, like together, or would like going through something else? Because I get all like the one that we've been learning, I get it, but the assignments are a bit different. Like you have to mix two stuffs, and I don't think we've gone through it.
Yeah, so we'll cover the things that you need to know for the assignment. So in the other breakout room that we kind of like split the class into are the people who read over the assignment and they feel like they know how to do it. Either because, I don't know, they might have like watched other videos like before class, something like that. Like, we don't know, but some people, you know, are coming in with, you know, some prior coding experience. They might have a guess for how to do it. So for them, we've put them into a breakout room. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go through the assignment per se, but I'm going to go through what you need to know to do the assignment.
Okay.
The assignment itself is going to be, you'll have to do it today, some point today or, you know, this week. But yeah, like so far today, we haven't covered some of those things. That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Okay, let's see here. We've got, okay, it's working. It's working now. Okay. Yes, so I just got a message here. So yes, there is a breakout room if you are ready to start on the assignment that's posted on Canvas. If you read through it and you feel like you are ready to start on that, you can let me know if you just kind of don't want me talking about other examples in the background. It's kind of like a separate room for the people who are currently working on the assignments. And then here we've got everyone who like wants to see a few more examples, or maybe like, because today like we didn't really go over some of the things that are needed for this assignment. Okay, so Awab, I will put you in that breakout room then. Sounds good. Okay.
Hafsa, sorry, I'm
Yes.
currently downloading Node. I'm to download the current one or the LTS, the one that's recommended for most users.
Is the second one, the one that's recommended for most.
For most, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, because so the reason why there's those two versions is because the Node is also a computer program. You know, as we talked about last week, like there's different layers of different programs, and that one is a program that does translation between JavaScript and the computer. And so it's also constantly being updated. And so with that, like the most updated version is that one on the right, which is usually like developers who are like, you know, in industry might be using. But for us, we'll just use the one that's like a stable build that's, you know, been thoroughly tested and is good to go. We see here, so can you please tell me how to put more than one variable? Should I put numbers? Awesome, thanks, Aline there. Yes, beautiful. All right, yeah. Okay, so let's go through a few more examples. And again, this is going to be related to what you'll need to know for the lab, to do the lab later on. So I'm not sure if I'm screen sharing my VS Code or the full screen, so I'm just going to redo that. So let's go back here. In the examples file that, you know, I was running through earlier. So right now we have a bunch of comments. Comments, again, Node is going to skip comments. It does not know that these stuff are there. It's just going to say, okay, I don't know. It's going to just run this uncommented line first. Now, if you want to add multiple variables, because right now I have, you know, my variable, usually you want to name your variables in a way that when you see that variable name, you know what value it is holding. Okay, so here I'm going to actually call it 5. Okay, let's say I need to change this here as well, because now these two need to match. So let's say I have a variable called 5 and I want a variable called 10 as well. So to do that, all I need to do is on a new line, make a new variable. And when I do that, I have to make sure I use a different name. Okay, so 10, and I'm going to provide a value for that. Now this here does not have to be the number 10, you know, I can put the number 12, it'll still work. I'm just using 10 to keep it matching at the moment so that we know what we're referring to. Now, if I wanted to print out the variable 10, all I need to do is write out the word 10 so that it matches here. So if I write TEN and I run this, what you'll see is on the output, we do not get TEN, right? We're not getting TEN, we are getting the number 10. Also for 5, we are not getting FIVE, we are getting the number 5. And that is because, so I will compare this a few times. So I'm gonna put a few different types of things that you can have here and how they're different from each other. So that maybe that can be a good example of what to do and how things are different. Okay. So I'm gonna run this and we're gonna compare the outputs one line at a time. So the first one is we have console.log, my name is Hafsa. Okay, great. That is showing up right here. Then we have console.log number 5. Okay, I know that's a number because on my end it's green. It might be a different color for you if you're using a different theme, but it is a different color than my string and it is a different color than my variable. Okay, it is a number. This number is showing up directly as a number. On this line, I have the letters FIVE, but it is inside of quotation marks. What that means is I am telling Node, hey, I want you to put this exactly how it is, FIVE, I want you to put that on the output. So that's this one right here, FIVE. Okay, so what's going on here? That also says FIVE, but I want you to pay attention to colors. Okay, this is blue and this is, I don't know what color that is, orange or reddish. It might be a different color for you, but it will be a different color. Like these two will be different colors. Okay, and that indicates to me that they are different data types or they're different things. Okay, this one here is a string, which is basically us telling the computer we want to use this as is. Okay, this here is a variable, and you'll notice that the color matches the color up here. Okay, it is a variable, and what that means is whenever Node sees a variable, it will ask the question, what is this? Okay, what is this? And to answer that question, it will go and look at what you told it before. And if it finds what you told it, so it finds 5 up here, at that point it says, oh, okay, when you say FIVE without quotation marks, what you mean is 5, because that's what we're storing in this box. Okay. And then after that, we have the same exact example with 10, but I'll show you what happens if we do not have, or if we comment out a 10. So at this point, this version down here, so we've got the 10s, this is a number, let me make the terminal a little bit bigger so we can see that. Scroll up. Okay, so here we've got the number 10. Number 10, number 10, great. String 10, so 10 as is, TEN, 10. And then here, we've got the blue 10, the one that does not have the quotation marks. And so at this point, Node says, what is this, I wonder? And it looks up in my code, looking for a declaration of 10, but it finds this, it is green. So it has never seen what 10 means. So right now it looks up, it says, I only know what 5 means. I don't know what 10 means. I'm going to give you an error. So that's why we get 10 is not defined over here. Okay. Now, what if I wanted to make the number 15? Okay, the number 15. So let me bring my 10 back. And I wanted to make the number 15. So I'm going to go let 15 equal to what? Now I could do 1, 5. That would be great. But that would just be me, being specific about what 15 is. But I also know because, with addition, I can add 5 and 10 together and I can get 15. So if you want to use the value in a variable, so whenever we say variable, I want you to think of like a box. Okay, it's like a box. And there's something inside of the box. Okay, inside the box. And on the box, you have a label. Okay, this is like how I want you to think of these variables. So on the box, you have a label. And so when you think about the variable name, I want you to think of the label. You are just telling Node which box to look in. That is what these variable names are. So you have one box right now called 15, called 15, one box called 5, one box called 10. However, you also have something inside of the box, and that is the value that's inside. So if I wanted to, at this point, make the number 15 out of my previous boxes, what I would need to do is make a new box for 15, and I'm going to call it 15, and I'm going to say, okay, if I want to make 15, well, I can take a look at what is inside of the box called 5. That's the number 5. And I can go look inside the box called 10 that has the value 10 inside, and I can add them together. So I'm going to come in here, and instead of hard coding is the method of putting in the exact value. But instead of doing that, I'm going to say, to make up 15, I am going to use the values that I have in these boxes, in these variables. So I'm going to say 5 plus 10. Okay, because 5 plus 10 should give me 15. And instead of calling this 15, I'm going to call it sum. Okay, so my sum is 5 plus 10. But this, every time you'll notice I click on it, it highlights the 5. And I click on 10 and it highlights the 10. And the reason for that is because when I put 5 here, Node, when it's trying to run this line, says, okay, I'm going to create a new box. I'm going to call it sum. So it's creating a new box. It is calling it sum, and it is saying to make this sum, what I'm going to put inside is I'm going to go look at what I have in 5, which is this number. It's going to take the number 5, and it's saying, okay, I'm going to add on the number 10. But to get the number 10, it says, okay, what does 10 mean? 10 means this. Inside of the box 10, I have a 10, so I'm going to put a 10 here. So that's how it knows what's inside and adds those together. So at that point, if I run this, we still do not have my 15. Why? Because I created the box, but I never actually tried to produce the answer in the box. Someone's unmuted. Yes, Alexander. How can I help? Okay, no question? All right. So at that point, we have not tried to print out or to log to the console the result yet. We've only created our box. So how do I print this out? Well, I can come here and I can say every time we want to put something on the on this output, we need to write console.log. And what do I put inside? I want to print out the total sum. So I'm going to put sum here. And sorry, my bad. I should be putting these semicolons after every line. So I put the sum here, and I am going to run that. So at the bottom here, we have 15. Let me break down what's happening. Node comes here, it reads this. It says, okay, I know what the word FIVE means, and I know what the word TEN means, and I know what the word SUM means. So every time later I see these words, I will be able to give you the value or what's inside of these boxes. Then it comes down here. We ran through these examples earlier, so I'm going to skip that. But it runs each of these, and that's why we get each of these outputs here. But when it gets to line 22, what it's saying is, okay, you told me to print out the SUM, okay? I'm going to check if I know what SUM means. And it'll look up here and it says, okay, I do know what SUM means. It means FIVE plus TEN, okay? But then it says, what does FIVE mean? Well, FIVE right now means the number 5. So I'm going to replace it with 5 because I went to check what's in the box and I know what it is. At that point, it says, okay, what is TEN? It goes back here and it checks, okay, TEN right now is 10, the number 10. And now I can add those up, and now I can give you what SUM means, and then it comes and it replaces SUM with 15. And at that point, it is able to do its job, and it says, oh, you just want to put 15 on the console. I know how to do that. There we go. Any questions about that? I'm just going to take a look at what else you needed to know for this. Okay, let's do this one next. All right. Okay. So the next piece that you need for your assignment is being able to print out, instead of just a single value, you need to be able to print out a concatenation of values. Okay, what that means is you need to be able to create your output here inside of the console.log by using values that you have. So here, for example, right now we just have these values, right? But what if I wanted, instead of that, instead of just 15, I want it to be a little fancier, and I wanted to say the total is 15, right? How do I do that? So to do that, I can use what's called string concatenation. So one of the things that you can do with these strings is you can add them together. And before we get there, I want to show you a few examples. And I think I will comment these ones out so that we don't populate our output too much. So I'm going to do a few different comparisons of numbers and strings, okay? So one is I'm going to print out the number 8. I'm going to do console.log 8 plus 8. I'm going to do console.log 8 plus 8. And you'll notice why I'm doing this in a moment. And I'm going to do console.log 8 plus 8. Okay. Can't we delete instead of changing to comment? That's a really good question. Yes, we can. But if I wanted to bring all of this back and I had deleted it, I would have to like type it all out again. Whereas if you comment it, you can just do that and suddenly I have it all again. So that's the benefit of commenting. Okay, so I'm going to compare. Let's just print these ones out first. So let's go up and paste. So we have all these different answers. We have 4 lines. They're all 8 plus 8 in some way, but the outputs are so different. Okay, so let's walk through what's going on here. The first one is just the number 8. Okay, that's why we see 8. That's good. Okay, that's the easy one. But then we have these ones. We're adding them up in some way, but we're getting all these different answers. What's going on? In the first one, you notice this is green. So Node is seeing this as green. Okay, well, not as green, as numbers. In mine, it's green. It might be a different color for you, but it will be differentiated from a string. Okay, that's the key point. So the number is there, and it's saying, okay, I'm going to take this number, and I'm going to take this number, and there's a plus sign in between, so I know how to do that. All I need to do is add these two numbers together. The sum of 8 plus 8 is 16. We get 16. Okay, what's going on here, though? These ones have quotation marks around them. So what that means is when Node sees this, it says, oh, you want the 8 as is? You want the output to say 8? Okay, I can do that for you. So what it's going to do is it's going to put 1 8 down because it's saying, oh, you want an 8 there. Sure, I can do that. Then it sees a plus and it sees that and it says, okay, what comes after the plus? Well, it's another one of these 8s as is. So what it's doing here, and I actually don't want to put this yet because the order of operations is a little bit different. So it's seeing the string and it's seeing this string as well, which means you're telling it, use the 8 as is. Don't add it with each other. Use the 8 as is. Stick it together. When you have strings on two sides, it sees the plus as stick it together. Stick it together. So what we're telling it now is stick it together with the string on the right-hand side. And I'm calling these strings because that's what we just call it's a term for a value that's like just as is, kind of like a word, as you will. So when it sees two numbers on the two sides, it's going to add. So here it's going to, let me point to this one. This one here is add when it sees two numbers. But when it sees two strings, it says, oh, you want me to stick these together? Yeah, sure, I can stick two 8s together. There you go. That's the answer. Okay. And then in this one, what's different about it is that in the last example, the plus sign is also orange or red or whatever this color is. So at that point, it's looking at this and it's different because this one's white. So white is an action that you want to perform. It is stick them together. This time it's saying, oh, you want 8 plus 8 directly as is? Okay, well then I can write down 8 plus 8 directly as is. And that's why we get that there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Aleem, for mentioning that. So what Aleem said in the chat here is that this here is not the number 88. It is literally two like letter eights. If it was a letter stuck together, they are strings there. Thanks for that. How about if using other signs instead of plus? Yep, you can use other signs, and that is fine as well. So let's try a division or a multiplication. We're going to use a star. And oh, actually, this one won't work. This one won't work because this is just strings, but these ones will. So this one is multiply two numbers together. This one is, I want you to put on my console, because we use these quotation marks. We are saying, put on my console this exact thing as is. I don't want you to do anything with it. Just put it as is. And then this one won't work because I don't think that's gonna work. That's probably gonna give us an error because the strings do not. Okay, it's smart. It was able to figure out that those are actually numbers inside. I wasn't expecting that to work. So don't do that though. Use your numbers if you're trying to use numbers. But the plus is what sticks things together. So if I was trying to do something like console.log, if I had hello and I had world and I wanted to stick them together, then I need to put a plus between the two strings, and that is going to give us hello world, but no space because there's no space. There's an O and then there's a W. So if we want to add on a space, we can put a space explicitly there to say, I want you to take hello, I want you to stick on a space, and then I want you to put world. So then I'm going to cut in here, put that in, and then we have this. We'll get into like fancier string formatting in the future. For now, you can just use the plus sign to stick things together. Can you please repeat the last one? I think you're mentioning is that the multiplication or the, sorry, I might have read that a little late. How did we get the 64? Yeah, so that was with the multiplication. So the star here is for multiply instead of add. And what I was not expecting is for the multiply to work for two strings, but it seems like it still works because this here is a number, this is a number. My assumption here is that the compiler node sees this and says, well, you can't really multiply strings together, but it looks like you have numbers inside. So I'm going to convert that to a number for you and then give you a 64. But I would recommend against doing that for strings. For strings, only stick them together. That's fine. But when you're multiplying, just use numbers if you're multiplying with numbers. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Thanks, Justine. That's true. JavaScript with Node is smart like that. But for conventional programming languages, that won't work. Okay, so I think you guys have everything you need now to actually perform this assignment. We looked at, producing different errors earlier, so I will pause now, and I think we're actually at the end of the lab section. So let's, we can also write hello world under one quotation with space in between instead of doing separate. Okay, yes, so to answer that, Hassa, yes, let me redo this. You can technically do this as well. That will work as well. It's just that if you have these as separate pieces. Now, what if you didn't even have the strings, right? Like, what if you had them as variables? So I'm gonna first word. I'm gonna put hello here, and I'm gonna go let second word and make that world. And now we've got the first word being hello, the second word is world. And I want to put the first word and the second word together. Well, to do that, I could go console.log. And again, we're going to think of these as boxes, right? So we've got a box, it's called first word, and we've got a box called second word. And what I want to do is use the values in the boxes to create the output. So what I want here at the end is hello world. And so what I can do is take the first word and say, not that, first word. I'm going to take the value inside the first box, and I'm going to stick it on to the value that's in the second box. second word. And when I do this, it's there. But again, they're stuck together because there's no space in between. So I can come in here and say, I want the first word. Yeah, I want the hello, but I also want a space between. There's different ways you can apply that. You can either add a space to one of them, but I would recommend against that. Just add your space where you want it because we don't want our words to be different. So we've got hello world over here. So you can stick together the values. Now, if instead of using the blue, like, the variable itself, like when you click on it, your variable name does not get highlighted, it means you are not using the variable properly. So for example, if you are doing this, and your variable name is orange, it is surrounded by quotation marks, it means the node here is going to be using it as is. It will not go look inside the box. It will use the name of the box as part of the output. So just make sure if you're trying to use, the value that's in the box, not the box itself. I'm saying box, but variable is the right word. The variable, if you want to use the value that's in the variable and not the name of the variable itself, just make sure that you actually don't put quotation marks around variable names. Okay, sweet. I think let's go on break now. I think we can bring back the people who are in the other breakout room, or they seem to be chatting. It's okay. We should probably just let them know that everyone should kind of go on like a 10-minute break that is supposed to be in between the two parts of the morning here. So let me try use the broadcast. Hello, everyone. Just popping in to say that it is time for break. So, get some fresh air if you have access to it. Get some water, walk around a little bit, stretch, and we will be back in the main room at 10 past, I guess 10:10, to start on part 2. Okay, see you back in about 10 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. Let us close the breakout rooms, bring everyone back to the main room. That will give us about a minute if you need to do anything else in the next minute, just while we wait for everyone to get back. Okay. Okay, I think we should be good to go. So I will screen share that VS Code screen again, because we'll just keep building on it for the rest of this lecture, so that everything's in one place. And how? All right, so for part 2, though, I will comment out what we had in part 1. I'll just keep it all here so that we can easily upload it for you guys as well. So I'm just gonna stick that in there and start on part 2 down here. So this is part 1, and this is part 2. All right. So part 2, here we are going to be switching gears a little bit and starting to talk about how you decide on whether something is true or not. So if you remember, in yesterday's morning lecture, you guys were thinking about the truthfulness of certain statements. Like, for example, you were saying things like, you know, if it is raining this weekend, I'm going to read a book. But if it's sunny, I'm going to go to the beach. If it's, you know, whatever it is, I'm going to do something else. Yes, exactly. So we've got Boolean in there. So, do the sentences and the bold parts have to be separate variables in our assignments? Only the bold parts need to be variables. Thanks for that, Eunice. So yes, so the suggestion we got here was Booleans. And Booleans are basically, they're nothing fancy. So earlier, you know, we saw strings, we saw numbers. So you guys are good with those 2 data types. But we also have Booleans, which is basically true or false. Okay, these are the only 2 values it can take on. And when we talk about making logical decisions within your code, you're really going to be checking whether a certain statement is true or not. Okay, that's the way the computer is making decisions. It's going to check on statements and say, is that true or is it not? So for example, in terms of, you know, is it raining, right? It's complicated how to actually check. You might have, I don't know, water sensors or something like that. You know, there's actually, when you have weather apps, like, you know, people are monitoring the environment, yada, yada. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. For us, all it matters is we open our phone, we look down and we see, you know, there's a sunshine or there is like a cloud with like little raindrops there, right? So that's the part we're going to be focusing on. We're not going to like go and actually like test if that is true and how they're monitoring it and all of that. We're going to assume the computer is able to know like about whether it's raining or whether it is sunny. So the way we're going to represent that is using variables again, but we're going to say something like, if I was going to try to make that, you know, the question that we talked about earlier, right? About like whether there's rain or snow or, you know, sun. We'll talk about the actual conditionals later, you know, making the decision itself. We're going to do that later. Right now, we'll focus on, you know, is it raining and is it sunny? Okay, so we'll store those values in variables using true or false statements. So for example, I will say rainy is true. Okay, we're doing it this way because right now we just want to assume we know the answer. but we want our computer to perform actions based on what it just told it, based on like what we're telling it about the condition. We'll talk about, bigger combinations and bigger collaborations of your program with other things in the future. I'm submitting an assignment, but it says attached file must be greater than 0 bytes. Not sure what might be going on. Please make sure you save your file before trying to submit. It should be more than 0 if there's anything inside of it. We can take a look at the submissions during the next lab if that's still a problem. So here, whenever we see rainy in the code, the computer is going to see that and understand that it is a true statement or a false statement. So here, if I log out rainy, I want to know if it's raining. Then I can come here and run that, and it's saying true. Okay, so I'm trying to see, is it rainy? And it's telling me yes. And I'm going to try another one. I'm going to say let sunny be false. Actually, this is incorrect where I am. It is actually sunny right now, but let's just put that in there. And I want to know if it is sunny. So it says true for rainy, false for sunny. Okay. Now the reason this isn't super helpful because, I'm the one deciding whether it's true or false. When does it become helpful? So it becomes helpful when we start to make comparisons. Okay, so just before we get to comparisons, I want to talk a little bit about how to find out what type of value is inside of each of your variables. Okay, so for example, you can use, console.log, and let us use the type of operator. So this here is a word that exists inside of, JavaScript. It is a valid word, and you can put any of your variable names after it. And you're basically asking Node, I have this variable and I want you to tell me what data type is inside. So you'll see right now it says Boolean. We can use some of our examples from earlier or maybe not. Let me just, sure, I'll use first word as an example, and I will use my 5 as another example, just to show you what shows up. At any point in your code, you can find out what data type your variables are. So you're basically checking inside of the box and seeing what data type that is. So you've got first word and 5. And I'm gonna run that. And here we've got Boolean for the first one. So rainy is of Boolean data type. First word is of string data type, and 5 is of number data type. Okay, so that was just a little caveat. You can always check what data is inside or what data type is inside. So I was saying that, Boolean like this isn't super helpful, right? Because, well, I know that rainy is going to be true. So when I print it out, it's going to say true. So what? Where does it become helpful? When I'm trying to find out if something is true or not. Okay, so I'm going to say console.log. And let's say I'm trying to find out if the number 5 is less than the number 10. Okay, so I'm going to say 5 is less than 10. And I know you guys covered some of this yesterday. Tasneem did a great job doing that. But, I wanted to make sure we introduce this because it's going to get complex. So if you don't understand the basics for the comparisons, when we start to combine comparisons together, it's going to get complicated. So I want to take it step by step. So if you're trying to find out, if I don't know that 5 is less than 10, but I want to find out, I can put this in here. And because this is a comparison, it is going to evaluate to true or false. So Node is going to look at this and say, 5 less than 10. That's a true statement. This one. I was like, that's a false statement. No, no. My brain. That is a true statement, right? So it's going to say true here. So if I go here and I go print, that last one we have is true. And so just to declutter this, I'm actually just going to comment these ones out so that we're only looking at this output. So now it has made that decision for me for this. It's saying 5 less than 10, that's true. If I try that again, but I'm going to use greater than instead. This time it's going to say false. It says true for the first one, false for the second one. Okay. And yesterday you guys saw some other comparisons as well. So you can check if something is equal to as well. So you can come here and say, is 5 the same as 10? And that's going to give us false as well. And you can combine your equal signs and your brackets. Well, not brackets. What are these? Little triangle comparisons. You can combine them together to check less than or equal to. So that's saying, you know, if you want to know if they are equal to each other or less than, if the first one is less than the second or equal to it. In this case, it's going to say false as well. However, can I excuse specific line of code? Yes. So to do that, you just need to turn it green by putting 2 slashes before it. And the shortcut to do that is to just go to that line, hold Control and press slash, and that will let you toggle on and off the comments. Okay. So this is great. With numbers, sure, I know what these numbers are, and so it's still, you know, it's useful, but it's not that useful, right? When I'm writing this, I know that 5 is greater than 10. I mean, sorry, not greater than 10. Okay, so it's maybe not that useful, but what if I didn't know that this was the number 5? Okay, so I'm gonna put here, let A equals 5, let B equals, I don't know, 8, and let C equals 12, and I'm gonna do let D equals 15. Okay, don't name your variables ABCD, but I'm just doing this as an example. When you're naming variables, make sure you make them as specific as possible so that you always know what's inside of it. So in this case, let's just say we have ABCD, and I don't know what the numbers are. Okay, in this case, you know, I can look at that, but what if I didn't know? Okay, what if I was getting these numbers from the user, which is something we'll talk about later? What if I didn't know? I'm just saying, whatever value is going to be in that box, that's the one I want to compare. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to say B, and then here I'm going to put D, and then here I'm going to put A, and then I'm going to put B, I'm going to put C, I'm going to put A, and then I guess I'll put the C again here. At this point, if I don't have access to what these values mean, I don't know, and I will need the code to tell me if A is less than B or if A is greater than D and all of that. So let's go find out what the code says. Node right now is going to each of these, and it's saying, okay, is A less than B? And then it can go up and check what A means. Because right now, you know, when it sees this, it's like, what's A? Well, let me go see if I know. It finds out what A is. And so what's happening in the background is it's taking this 5, it's saying, oh yeah, I know what A is. So I can basically replace that with the 5. I know what B is as well. It's right there. So I can replace that with the 8, and it's doing all of this for you. So it's doing this, and then it's saying, is 5 less than 8? Yeah, it is. So I'm gonna like replace this entire thing here with true. Great. And now I can console.log true, and that's exactly what we see right here. Okay, we can do that again with the A greater than D. We say A is 5, D is, what is that, 15? And it's asking, is 5 bigger than 15? No, it's not. So it replaces this whole thing with false. That's my F there for false. And then it produces the false over here. Does that again, finds out that's false, gives us a false. And A here is 5, C is 12. And now we're asking, is A less than or equal to 12? And it is. So at that point, it is true. Any questions about the operation that's happening in the background here? Because I want to make sure that's clear, because we're going to start to take it up a notch and start to combine things. So let me know if any of that is not clear.
So the equal to
So
sign that you have.
what happens then? Okay, go over that again. Thank you. Okay, yes. So the way that Node reads these programs is it starts on the top and it goes left to right. Okay, so when it's doing that, it comes down. So it comes here. It says, okay, I'm gonna assign, you know, A, learn what that is, assign B, know what that is, assign C, know what that is, assign D, know what it is. However, when it comes down here, it says, okay, I need to produce the output of A less than B. And at that point, it needs to actually check what is A. And so it'll come here and check, oh, A is 5. So I'm basically comparing 5 and what's B? It's going to go and say, oh, B is 8. So what I'm really doing, and this is Node, basically, I mean, I'm trying to impersonate Node right now. It's basically going to look at this and say, okay, when I see A less than B, what I'm actually saying is 5 less than 8. And then it will say, okay, well, is that a true or false statement? And in this case, well, 5 is less than 8, so it is a true statement. So at that point, we have true. And that's why we get the true out here. Why is there 3? Okay, thank you for that. So we've got 3 equal signs because, let me compare them. Oh yes, thank you, Samina. That is the perfect explanation. So we've got assignment is 1. So if we use 1 equal sign, we are assigning. We are saying, I want to turn the left-hand side into the right-hand side. Okay, whatever's on the left is going to change its value to become what's on the right. If we use 2, and I can actually use 2 here as well, and it will still work. If we use 2, we are saying, I want to compare these 2, but I don't care if they are the same data type or not. So let me just display that here. If I use 8 and I go like this, and then I'm going to do this again with 3 equal signs. And let me comment these out for clarity. And let's go. We get true for the first and false for the second. So the first one is saying this 8 and this technically is an 8, but it's not the same data type. This is a number, and this is a string. Okay, so they're different data types. If you use 2 equals, it's going to not care. It's going to say, oh, they're the same, whatever, you're good. But if you put 3, which is called a strict equal, it's going to be like, no, they're not the same. They're different data types. So I'm going to say false. I typically use the strict one because you typically want to make sure they are the same data type, because you can run into some issues if they're not. So you'll probably see me using the 3 more often. But if you see 2, like if any instructor or a classmate is using 2, it's still going to compare them. It's just not going to be a direct type comparison as well. Yes, Mahmoud, you have your hand up. Let me see what your question is.
In the case of the 2 equal
Oh, one sec. I did not have my earphones in and I could not hear you. So if anyone else talked this entire time, I did not hear you. I'm sorry. Let's try that again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so in the case of the 2 equal signs, like when would someone use that? I guess in like a real world scenario?
Great question. So one reason why you might want to use it is because when we're taking, and there might be other reasons, but the one that I guess I think of right off the top of my head, when we read user input, and we'll see this in the upcoming lectures at some point, but when you read user input from the console or from a website or from like a pop-up, when you're reading user input, it is read in as a string. Now in your program, you might want to check if what they put in is a specific value, right? Like if they put in, like they're supposed to select a number from 1 to 5, and you want to check if the number they gave you is a 5, for example. One way you can do that is to turn their string into a number, which is the best practice. You would take the number, turn it into like the actual number version of their string, and then compare using the triple. But if you wanted to skip over that and just kind of went, if it's a 5, it's a 5, I will take that. You can use the double. So that's kind of the reason that comes to mind, but there could be better reasons why it might be used. Alrighty, thank you guys for those questions. I'm gonna go back to the, not understand yet. Yeah, I think so. The difference between them is just in one case you care about the data types, which is the triple, and in the other case you don't care. So like if you ever have like, I don't know, numbers coming in a mix of data types inside of your program, then you would probably use the 2. But I think it's just better to get into the habit of using 3 and only use 2 like consciously when you want to allow other data types. Okay. Yes, so we've got a question here about type of. Type of is just going to check what data type is inside of your variable. So if you have a variable and you use type of, it's going to allow you to just go in there and find out what data type that is. So if I uncomment these and I run this, we're going to get Boolean string number, because Rainy here is a Boolean. It's true, false. And then we've got first word here, that's a string. And then we've got a number here for 5. Yeah, don't worry about it. So we'll get to like other kinds of like where you might want to do these comparisons later, especially when we start taking user input. But for now, like, don't worry about it. Just use the triple. So we were using triple when we want the same data type and like we want the number that's matching. Yeah, so true false is just another data type. It is a Boolean data type that can be either true or false. That's all there is to it. So what we're saying here is that we are going to create a variable, a box, if you will, called rainy. And inside of it, I'm going to put the value true. So that if I want to find out if it's rainy, I'm going to just say, like, find out what rainy is. So right here, if I uncomment that, we've got rainy is true, sunny is false. That's just the value that's inside of the variable there. So like whenever node comes here, it'll say, okay, what is rainy? And then it'll go up and look for what rainy is. And then it's like, oh, I know what rainy is. It is true. Typeof is just a function that's like, it's part of the JavaScript language. You can just put it in front of any variable and it will tell you what data type that is.
So in that case, what's the difference between using type of and the I think I forgot what the other one was, but there's another one that displays like what you're writing, right? Like the value of the
Right. We're not putting out the value here. We're putting out the data type. So it's like you want to find out if it's a number, or you want to find out if it's string, or you want to find out if it's a Boolean, or later on we're going to see like objects and arrays and all of that. So you can find out what data type something is at any point just by using typeof.
Okay, but sorry, in the terminal, are you able to show me like what the result is again? Because I think I'm like
These ones. Boolean, string, and number for these ones over here. So these are the outputs.
Oh, okay. And then the true and false is just displaying from like earlier.
Yeah, so that is these console.logs right here. So when it's evaluating to the console, it's just going to go from the top and like match them there. So the first one is the first console.log, and then the second one is the second console.log, and then the third one, the Boolean, is the third one, and it's just
what about
going in order.
the true, false, false, true, like at the bottom, like
those ones are more console.logs that we have here. So like we have all of these printing out to the console here.
oh, okay. But I don't really get how the output of that like works, because the like okay, so we're saying if A is less than B, so meaning if like 5 is less than 8, like how
Yes.
do we set it so that like it says true or false?
But that's all you need to say. So this here is going to evaluate out to true. So that's because A is 5 and B is 8. At that point, it is going to print out the true here.
Oh, okay.
So like basically what node is doing is it's replacing, like you can think of it as replacing values. So here, for example, it's going to say, okay, A, what is that? It's 5. So I'm going to like pretend that's 5. And then it's going to say B, what's B? It's 8. So okay, I can put 8 there. And then it's going to say 5 less than 8. Well, that's true. So I'm just going to replace this entire thing with true. And then all it's saying is console.log true, which it knows how to do, which is right there. I did see another hand up earlier. What's the other, the question that was there? And then I'll go to the chat ones.
Yes, once I use the 3 equals, that means I'm combining the type, right?
Correct.
But when I try to do it like between two string, like small letter A between
Yes.
double quotation and capital letter A between double quotation, it's give me false, but it's string. Both of them are string.
That
That's
is a very good point. Okay, so I'll go put your example here. So small letter A.
Yeah, 3
and
equals
capital letter
A.
A.
Yes.
So
Give
this
me
is
false.
false because, so the way, remember how, yes, thanks, Abdulhadi. So in like the computer language, when it's looking at these, it actually sees them as different values because it needs to convert out the character here, the A, into its byte representation, and it's different, like it represents this letter as a certain combination of, zeros and ones. And these two are not the same, even though they are strings, but it's not the exact same value there.
Oh, so the 3 equals here doesn't compare the data type, like string with a string, doesn't give me an answer that it's 2 string.
No, it does, like, it needs to make sure that they are both strings, but what it's not doing, so the
It
letter
takes the
A,
value itself inside
yeah,
the equation.
these are different values to the computer.
Okay.
It doesn't know that the small a and the big A are basically the same. It doesn't know that. It's you have to like be explicit. So only this one would work, because then it's going to compare the A with the other A.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. It does not know. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that question. That was great. In the chat here, I also got so can you give us examples about what to use these true false values for? Yes, we are gonna get to that in just a moment. That is known as condition. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Liam. All right. Thank you for that. So there's, how do we actually make use of these? Because right now, all we're doing is producing true or false. Now, what we can do with these is we can start to build them out even further. And before we get to that, I want to introduce you to this whole, like, I was kind of doing it here where, we're kind of evaluating bit by bit. But to understand the next part, which is like making use of these true false values in like in a useful way, we need to first understand order of operations. So when we talk, I mean, I know I said in the beginning, we don't need to know math, we don't, but when we talk about, adding things together, we have to add them in a certain order, right? And it's similar for the programs that you write. If you are, trying to perform a complex kind of decision or a complex kind of comparison, you will need to compare and combine different combinations of these, what am I saying here, operators together. But before we get to the comparing ones, I want to perform these same examples or similar examples with the addition, subtraction, and multiplication kinds. So I'm going to go addition, subtract, multiply, divide, these kind of operations. And the way we're going to group together information is with brackets, right? This one and that one. So if I was going to do something like, and just to simplify this, I'm going to go let example be, and then this is where I'm going to put the example in. I'm going to just log out the example every time. And let me just comment out everything that was before so that we do not get confused in the output. So right now, if I run this, actually I should not, example is empty right now. So if I was going to do 5 plus 5, right? The way that the computer is going to evaluate this is it's going to look at the 5. It's going to say, okay, I know what 5s are and I can add them together. Great. That means 10. So example is going to be 10. Every time I see the word example, I'm going to use the number 10. Okay, that's the thought process. So if I run this, I should see 10 here, right? With numbers, it's pretty clear. Now, if I say I want to do 5 plus 5, and I want to do that, but I want to do this instead. Okay, so this time I've put brackets around it. When I put brackets around something, what I'm telling the compiler, or what I'm telling Node to do, is when it comes here, it's over here now, and it's like, okay, time to do this line. It comes here and it goes, okay, I'm going to take this 5 and I'm going to add it on to, oh wait, it's a bracket. I need to go find out what that is first. So it's going to leave this 5 here. It's going to say, okay, you wait here until I go find out what this is in here, right? So it looks inside the bracket and it goes, okay, inside of the bracket, I've got another 5 plus 5. It goes, yeah, I know how to do that. That's a 10. So effectively, it goes, okay, great. I'm done with the brackets. I'm going to replace this here with the 10 because I know what that is now. And now it goes, okay, let's try that again. 5 plus, oh, 10. Okay, there we go. 5 plus 10, that's 15. I'm going to replace that with the 15, right? This is like, yeah, bedmass, exactly. But the reason we're going through it, again, this isn't meant to be a math class, but because it works the same for variable names and for all operations, okay? So it goes, example 15, okay, that's the number. There's nothing else to do. I am done. Time to move on to the next line. Okay, so at this point, if I run this, what I should be getting is 15 as the output. Okay, so that's all well and good. For numbers, you know, even if I do like multiplications, if I take out the brackets, you know, it's going to follow math rules for this. It's going to say, oh yeah, multiply first, and then you're going to add. Great. But why is that important? It's important because when we start to talk about the like using these values properly or for a useful reason, then we need to start thinking about combining things in specific orders. Now, these ones here are, you know, mathematical. We've also got, you know, we looked at less than, greater than, we looked at equal to. There is one that I actually forgot to mention, but it's not equal to. So you put an exclamation mark and put 2 equal signs. It's the same as, you know, you're comparing equal to, and then you can also compare, you know, if they're not the same. That's an exclamation mark and then 2 equal signs. And am I missing anything else? Oh yeah, we've got this one. Sorry, let's just go like that. And then we've got that one as well. Less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. However, there are more ways to compare things. And these ones here are what I'm going to call Boolean comparisons. Okay. And when we have Boolean comparisons, what that means is we are taking something and trying to find out if it's true. And then after that, we're trying to find out if other things are either also true or if something is not true, so on and so forth. So Boolean comparisons, let's start with and. Okay, this is something we do on a daily basis, right? Like we want, you know, my cup is red and tall, right? Now, how would I represent that? Okay, I would, let's say, my cup is red and tall. Okay, and what I want is, this is a true statement, okay? This is a true statement. So let's just talk about representing this, because we'll get to like more useful reasons for using this in the future. But let's just talk about representing this. If I wanted to represent this, I could say red. Red is true for my cup, and I can also say tall is true for my cup. But that is true. Red is true for my cup, and tall is true for my cup. And so I'm going to say let my cup be. It is going to be, what I want to say is basically red and tall. So somehow I need to combine this true with this true. And to do that, there is a double ampersand. So this is the special character that's under your number 7. If you put that twice between red and tall, what I'm saying here is I am trying to combine the trueness of red with the trueness of tall and say my cup here is red and tall. I see someone's unmuted. Do you have a question? Samra, do you have a question?
Sorry, no, I don't have a question. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, I just unmuted, so I wanted to check in on that. Alrighty. So at this point, let me just erase this and use my cup here. Yes, thanks for that, Dawood. I will be putting this up on Canvas for the file. So right now on the output, we've got, when I try, so node here has come to my line over here and it's saying, okay, I'm gonna log my cup. But then it says, I wonder what my cup is. So it comes up here and it goes, oh, okay, you know, my cup, I know what my cup is, but I also need to know what value is in my cup. So on the right-hand side, it says red and tall. Well, then it needs to go and find out what red is, find out what tall is. And what it's basically doing is it's comparing true to true. And it's saying, is it true and true? Yeah, it is. So when we use and here, we need both sides to be true. Otherwise, it is going to be false. So only if both sides are true, it's going to be true. Now, what I mean by that is if I come in here and now I'm talking about my friend's cup, okay? So I'm going to say let's go friends, let friend. Oh, you know what? Okay, instead of friend's cup, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna say let short be false for my cup, okay? And this time I want to know if my cup is red and false instead of true. No, that is not what I wanted to write, sorry. Short.
Sorry, can
Now-
you just
yes.
please explain why there's two like the ampersand signs?
Wait, sorry, I didn't catch that.
Like why is there two and signs?
Because that's the syntax. I'm not sure if a single and actually does something. Let me just check. I've always used two.
But what
No.
is
So you want to use two to be able to do the Boolean comparison. I believe one is something like bitwise comparison, but I'm not 100% sure about that. If anyone wants to, look that up and share in the chat, that would be great. But you have to use two to be able to compare like true to false in that way.
So what's the difference between that and then the three equal signs or two equal signs or whatever that you mentioned earlier?
Well, the equal signs are just checking if two things are equivalent.
Oh,
But like this is a different thing. This here is bitwise operator. Okay, let's not dive into that at the moment, but thank you for finding that. So with this one, you are comparing two things, like two things that are either true or false, and you're trying to compare them there. So you're kind of saying, it's like in colloquial English, like when we say and, like, I am tired and hungry, or I am, happy and I don't know, sleepy, or whatever you want to compare, like, or combine, it would be using the word and, right, in English. And that's what this double ampersand stands for. It's the word and. Yes, thank you so much for that, Samina. So in the chat here, we've got true and true is true. So that's this version that we saw right up here, the first one, where if we have, true and like if my cup is red and tall, that is a true statement. My cup is red is true, and my cup is tall is a true statement. So if I put those two together, I've got my cup is red and tall. That is a true statement. Now, if I put here, instead of tall, if I put short, my cup, the true statement that I actually need is my cup is red and tall. So if I do this, my cup is red and short. Well, short here is false for my cup. My cup is not short. That is a false statement. So if I put red and short, this here is going to look at this and say, well, that's true, that is false. But that means that in total, the statement, my cup is red and short, is a false statement. So if I run this now, it should give me a false, oops, what did I do here? There we go. It should give me a false output, okay? Another thing is, if I go here and I go yellow, that is false for my cup. And if I come here and I say, okay, well, let's say my cup is yellow and tall. So yellow is a false statement. My cup is not yellow. So this here is going to say, yellow is false. So this is false. This is true because it is tall. So it's going to say yellow and tall. If yellow is false, tall is true. But that means I'm saying here my cup is yellow and tall. That is a false statement. Right? So now if I run this again, that should still be false. Okay. And now if I put yellow and short, that is false. So yellow is false here. Short is also false. So here now, if I say, well, my cup is yellow and short, well, both parts of it is wrong. And so at that point, my cup, this variable is going to hold on to false. What if you want to say anything that isn't red is false? Ooh, anything that isn't red is false. Well, yes. So if you wanted to, that's a great question. So here I've put explicitly a yellow, right? So let's go back to that question because that's a really good point. At this point, yeah, exactly. Thanks, Serena. So at this point, we're saying, okay, red here is true, right? Now, what I want to say is if it's not red and tall, what I can do is put an exclamation mark. So that is another Boolean comparison that we need to add on to our library of Boolean comparisons, an exclamation mark. And you'll see that up here as well. So that's kind of why We didn't come across it. But what we're saying when we put an exclamation mark is not. You know, in English, we use not, like the word not. That's what that exclamation mark is. So if you're ever trying to say not something, so the true statement is my cup is red and tall. But if I want to, you know, check if my cup is not red and tall, I just put that exclamation mark up front, and that is now saying this. This is basically saying not red and tall. That is like the statement we're making here. Not red and tall. So it's a tall cup that's not red. At that point, because you know what I'm actually expecting is my cup is red and tall, I should expect false as the output. Okay, so thank you for that. That's a good one. Now, let's try something else, right? Oh, we have a hand up. Yes. Oh,
Sorry, that was an accident.
Oh, okay, no worries. Okay, so great question. All right. So now, what if I wanted to say, you know, so we've looked at not in English, right? We've got not and we've got and. So we've seen to do not in, like, if you want to tell the computer not, you put exclamation mark. If you want to put and, you put 2 ampersands. Yes, Hannah.
Can I compare using a double and with other than Boolean? Like, for example, 8 and 8?
8 and, okay, that's a great question. So to answer that, it will always give you, so, okay, that's a different, let's go 8 is 8 and 8, right?
Yes.
And let's go console.log, and I'm going to put 8. Now this is going to give us true, and I'll explain why in a sec. So, wait, what?
8.
Why is it giving me 8? Okay, that's interesting. I was expecting it to give me true. Okay. That is interesting. Wait 1 sec. Okay. I actually do not know. Okay, thank you. Wait. No, it was supposed to be an assignment. 8 is
Okay. Oh, it's 8. It take the last value?
interesting. I actually need to come back to this. I do not know why it's doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, what I was expecting it to do was to kind of just give us a true false value, but okay, let's come back to that. That's a great question.
Okay.
I will need to look into why it's doing that. But if anyone, you know, has like has that, please do you know, pop that in the chat. So typically though, we use these for comparing Booleans because that's what their purpose is. Their purpose is to compare Booleans to make complex statements. So there's one more that we use in English, right? We use, you know, something is not a certain value, or it's more than one thing at once. So it's, you know, green and round. That'd be like an apple or something. Well, I don't know if apples are round, but yeah. And then another one that we use is or, right? We say that a lot, right? Well, it can be blue or green. You know, I like chocolate or vanilla. We use this statement a lot. So what does or look like in code? So when we're using or in our programs, what we do is use this one here. So 2 straight lines. This symbol is on your keyboard on top of the enter sign. And you have to hold shift to make it work. So this is the regular, but then you hold shift and it gives you these straight lines. That is 2 of those gives us or. So I'm gonna go like this. Let's go like this and just define these here. This here is and. This here is not. And this here is or. 3 equal signs used for division. 3 equal sign is for when you're trying to compare 2 values. Division is a slash, like a single slash like this. Like if you wanted to divide 8 by 2, it'd be like that. Okay. Okay. So in English, we use the word or quite a lot as well, right? What does that do? So in our cup example, if I wanted to say, if it's red or tall, it's my cup. No one else has a red or tall cup. Everything is, if it's red or it's tall, it's mine. If I wanted to say that, I could say red or tall, and then it's my cup. Okay, so if I run this, at this point, it's saying true. So yeah, thank you so much, Christian there. I'm actually gonna, and Samina did the previous one. Okay, thanks guys. So when you're comparing these, I'm actually gonna put it in like a little bit of a table here to put together those things that you pasted there. So I'm gonna put and let's put or. One sec, what am I trying to do? Oh, no, let's go like this actually. Let's go and is these, and then we've got or, which is this. And the combinations that we can get is true, 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 false, false, true, false, false. And this stands for the value on the left-hand side and the value on the right-hand side. Okay, that's what we're comparing. Now for and here is only going to be true if both things are true. Both things on both sides is true, only then you have a true statement. Like if I say today is sunny and cold, it has to both be sunny and it has to be cold, and only then we get sunny and cold to be true, right? That is how we use the word and every day, right? If it's sunny and cloudy, sorry, if it's cloudy and cold instead, and I say, oh, it's sunny and cold, you're going to say, no, it's not. It's cloudy. That's a false statement. So only if both parts of what I'm saying is true, then we get and to say, yeah, that's a correct statement. The rest is going to be false. Okay, if either of what I just said is false, it's going to be false. Or though works differently. Or if I'm saying, if today is a sunny day and it is cold. So I don't know how to write cold, but what if I'm here and like I'm shivering? I don't know how to make shivers. Anyways, it is sunny and cold. So let's put sunny, this is cold. At that point, if I'm like, if it's sunny or cold, well, that's true since it's sunny, it's also cold. But if I say, if it's either sunny or it's cold, you should, actually, I don't know what you should do in either one of these cases. You should wear your shoes, sure. In that case, you don't care if it's sunny or cold. If either one is true, you're gonna put your shoes on. Just as, I don't know, I think that was a bad example. You're going to, for or, if either one is true, it's going to say yes, true. So at this point, if we're having true for one of the statements that we're making, then the or is not going to care that only one of them is true. So in this case, one statement is a true statement, the other is a false statement. In this case as well, one is a false statement, one is a true statement. But as long as one of the statements is true, it's going to say, yeah, that was right. Sure, one of them is right. We only care if one of them, at least one of the things you're saying is correct. So this is going to be true as well. But if both of the things you are placing on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of or, if both of them are false, then it's going to be false. Okay, so coming back to this one right here, we've got red, we've got tall. Red is true, tall is true. So we are in this top case, true and true. And so my cup here is going to produce true. However, if I change this to yellow, which is currently a false statement, so I'm saying now that my cup is yellow or tall. Well, tall is true about my cup. And so because one of the things that I just said is true, it is going to come here and say, okay, yeah, sure, your cup is yellow or tall. That statement is correct. So at that point, if I run this again, it's still going to say true because one of the things, at least that I said, is true. Let's change this back to red and let's make this short. So at this point, we're saying my cup is red or short. Well, my cup is red is a true statement. My cup is short is a false statement. At this point, it's going to say, okay, well, one of the things you said is true, so I'm going to produce true. However, if I say yellow or short, at that point, I'm saying my cup is yellow or my cup is short, but both of those statements are false. And so that's why this final time I put it, it says false. We've got here, but in Toronto and Montreal during winter, we can have a sunny weather, but it is still very cold. Yes, that's true. So if in this example, if you have a sunny day, so if you have sunny is true, and you also have, cold is true. Well, another way we can say this is also, cold. Okay, let me take that example and expand on it. Let's do another one of these, cups examples, but this time I'm gonna comment these out and let's come down here. And we're gonna look at, let's say you are in Montreal. Let's say, I'm not sure where you're located in Toronto or Montreal, but let's just use one of them. Let's say Montreal. In Montreal is cold and sunny. Okay, so we can represent this in many ways. One is to say, okay, cold is true, and we're also going to put sunny is true. Okay, at this point, oh, it's complaining because, what's this? I have sunny declared somewhere? Oh, I do. Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay, so we've got Montreal is cold and sunny. And so I can say console.log. I'm going to say cold and sunny. At this point, it is going to give me true. Okay, that last one. And then we can also represent this as console.log. And let's say instead of representing it as cold, what if I put warm? Warm is false. And I want to say warm and sunny. And this is, I guess, in winter. So in winter, I'm trying to find out if Montreal is warm and sunny. And I try to run that, and now I've got false. Okay. So at this point, it's saying, well, warm and sunny in winter for Montreal, that's a false statement. However, I'm just gonna put all of these here so that you have them for future reference. Now, one of the things that I can do is say, technically Montreal is not warm, but it's sunny, right? So it's not warm. That is a true statement. And Montreal is sunny is a true statement as well. So I can say not warm and sunny. That should make it true because each side of the operation, so when I say operation, I mean this here, each side is a true statement now. Montreal is not warm in the winter, and Montreal is sunny in the winter. So at this point, we should get true. The last one. So the first one, Montreal is cold, is true. Montreal is sunny is true. That's why this is true. Montreal is warm is false. Montreal is sunny is true. And so that's why you get that. And then we have this down here. Awesome. Let me go up here. If you're using logical and, if first value is true, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think I'll have to look into what's going on with the comparisons when you're using values that aren't Booleans. I don't know that off the top of my head, but typically just, I mean, Boolean comparisons are meant for Booleans, so that's why you should be using it with Booleans in the first place. All right, yes. So it looks like most of the questions were answered. Would it be okay to ask you to clear the terminal just to clear previous examples? Sure, yes. Actually, one second. I forgot what it, I don't know if it was clear. There we go. So yeah, if you ever want to, thank you for that. I will try to do that going forward to clear the terminal so it isn't confusing. Can we use shorthand operators with logical operators? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Abdrazak. If maybe you want to like pop open your mic and mention.
I'm just trying to make a sense of the lecture of today since we talk about a variety of different things such as, like the different type of declaring variables. We talk about let, we talk about var. Also, we're been talking about the logical operations. So I know with let we could use shorthanded to do, like discrement or increment. And I'm just trying to make it in my mind. If I could, like use this and connect it with the logical operator in a condition or any kind of way.
Yes, the answer is yes, but yeah, if you know those shorthand operators, yes, you can. So the output of a shorthand operator is a number. So as long as you are, using a comparison like less than, greater than, you can combine them all together. But I think like we'll build up to the more complex examples. Right now, like we're kind of at the just looking at true false values, but then the whole point of doing the true false values is not to assign true and false here, but to replace these with comparisons. So the comparisons that we saw earlier, this is what we want to get to. So the comparisons produce Booleans, and then we can compare Booleans together with these Boolean operators. I see a few hands up. Yes, Mahal?
Thank you.
Sure.
So when it says not warm, is it like assuming that it's cold, or is it just working with the statement like not warm? I don't know if that question makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So we're just trying to we're assigning these values here just based on like what we're trying to express. So in the lab assignment today, like that, we're actually going into lab right now, but your job is basically to express certain statements in terms of these kind of Booleans. And so we're really just trying to say, if you were trying to express the statement Montreal is cold and sunny in winter, the way to express that could be to say, okay, well, Montreal is cold, and also you could say Montreal is sunny, and we're just looking at like how you would express Montreal is cold and sunny.
Okay, but as for the statement itself, like when where it's a console log, like line 99, where it says not warm, it's just compare, like it's not, this is, the computer isn't assuming cold, then it's just solely working with the fact that it's basically not false.
Correct. Well, it's working with what we provided. Like we're saying the value for the variable warm is going to be false. So when like the computer doesn't know what warm is, and it doesn't know what cold is, and it doesn't know what sunny is, what we're telling it is when you see the word warm, you're going to understand it as false.
Okay.
That's it. Like these words here, these are just variable names. They mean nothing to the computer. It just compares the variable names. It says, oh, you've got cold here, you've got cold there. Cool. I'm going to replace that with true.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty. And I saw another hand up earlier. I don't remember whose it was. If you want to unmute and just ask that. Yeah, Marwa.
Sorry, it was me, but I think this question might not make sense. I'm trying to figure out how to word it, but I'm just trying to correlate what we're learning right now to real world coding. Like what would a real example be for a true false statement? Like would it be a button? Or I'm just trying to connect the dots.
For sure.
Sorry if that derails
I think so. Yes, but there's many ways that it comes into play. But we'll start to see more like, because okay, so where we're trying to get eventually, right, is, for example, yesterday we were talking about the number guesser, right? Or we're trying to build your skills up so that you're able to create like a tic-tac-toe game. So like things like that require you to make a bunch of comparisons at the same time. And like, let's say if you think about like, and this is kind of jumping ahead, but if you think about like a tic-tac-toe game, right? You've got like those and you've got X's and, and then if someone's got like this here, this is a win, right? So at some point you would have to be able to compare and make sure that, this has an O in it, and this has an O in it, and this also has an O in it. And so that's kind of where we're building up to. But
Oh, so like that locker thing we were talking about, where if it was assigned to somebody, then they would get, like if it was empty or not empty, then they could,
yes,
or I think it was a pseudocode. So basically this
yes,
is, I get it.
exactly. Yep.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So those are the kinds of comparisons we're trying to make, where we're like, okay, like, if it's like we're trying to combine these, because once we know how to combine, true and false statements, then we can start to ask questions about them and start making decisions about them as well. So thank you for that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mahom, I see your hands still up. Did you have a follow-up?
I think I just forgot to put it down. Sorry.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so I do notice that we are kind of a bit over the lecture part. So let's take a break here, 5 minutes as usual. I'm going to update the lab assignment to make sure that it only covers things that we've covered so far. And then when after lab, you finish the lab and then you come back for the next part of the lecture, Tasneem will be taking it up from here. To continue on building up from where we stopped. So let me stop my screen share and let's go for 5 minutes. When you come back in about 5, the new the updated assignment should be posted on Canvas. Oh yes, Sala.
I have so I'm finishing up lecture 12. I'm running into some trouble running my code. I'm following Tasneem's instructions and I seem to be getting an error message. I'm not sure who could help me with that.
Yeah, sure. No worries. There's a lot of reasons why that might be happening. Let's look into that during break during the lab.
The lab?
Yeah, so, yeah, someone can hop into a breakout room with you one-on-one and kind of look at your setup and what kind of errors you're getting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Eunice?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a quick question about the assignment from the lab earlier.
Yes.
So it says that we're supposed to make a variable for the full name, the age, the preference, and the favorite color, correct?
Yes.
But I want to know how am I supposed to get and I am and years old? How am I supposed to add that in there? Because age is in between. So would I have to make and I am and years old two separate, or would I just make and I am with my age one whole thing together?
You can string things together using string concatenation. So with strings, you can just use the plus sign between them to just keep on adding to it.
Okay, so everything in between, basically anything in between the bolded parts should be their own variable.
It doesn't need to be a variable. It can just be part of the console log. So let me.
So I just write and I am, and then I'll put let's say my age is Z. I'll just put Z and then years old, like that.
Yeah. So 1 second. Let me just reshare my screen here, just to show an example here, because it looks like some others are also having the same thing. So if I was to say, for example, hi there, I am, and I want to add on my name, right? I'm going to say let's, or actually, you know what? I don't want to use the same exact example that you guys are doing. So I'm going to say, okay, you know what? Let me build up this. No, that's not going to work. Okay. Sure. I'll just use the same example. Fine. Or let's go first word. And I'm just going to use hello, and let's just do a different example, just so I'm not doing the exact same thing. Second word that you want to put in there, world, and sorry, let's make that a small one, and have a typo. Okay, and then let's just say I have a number here as well. My number is going to be 3 because I like the number 3. And then let me just put another one. Let's go third word is ta-da, or something like that. Now, if I wanted to make a sentence saying, the first word is, I can stick on the value that's in first word by just putting first word there. And then I can say, okay. And the second word is, and we can add on, and let me put a space here just so that it goes properly. Second word. And my number is, and I can stick on my number. What's my number there? Number. And the last word is, and I'll do the other one later, but third word over here. So by doing that, we've just stuck together all of the values in our variables. Just make sure that your variables are showing up as variables, and when you click on them, they're actually referring back to the value up there. So then this time, if I run that, I get the first word is hello, and the second word is world, and my number is 3, and the last word is ta-da.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see. I forgot you could do that. Okay.
So, no worries. Okay. I'm just gonna go and update the assignment here. Okay, one second. I don't know to do that. All right, hi everyone. So I updated the assignment to only include things that we've covered so far. So you all can start working on that for this next it's a bit of a shorter lab, 35 minutes. But there's only 4 examples, and you're basically just doing getting some practice with some of the stuff that we just covered. If there are any questions, please let us know. Alrighty. Yes, so I see here there's a question. Is it lab time? Yes, it is. So if you have questions, I know Solo, you're having some node issues. So let's
I
open up the
actually
breakout
think
room.
I
Oh,
might have figured it out.
oh, nice.
I
Okay.
uninstalled it and installed it. I think it was I installed it incorrectly. So it seems to be running now.
Nice.
I
Okay,
think
beautiful.
so, yeah. So I'll play around with it a little bit more, do first name, last name. And then I guess what I would need to do is catch up on this lecture that just concluded, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So as soon as we're done with the lab in about like half an hour, when I close the Zoom room, it will load up the video. So then
Okay.
I'll put that onto YouTube. I can let you know when that's up. If I guess you're on Slack, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm
wonderful.
just also wondering, like, for this afternoon, do I join or do I just wait for, yeah,
I
it's one
think
of
it might be
those.
best for this afternoon. You will definitely need what was covered this morning. So
Okay.
I think I would recommend you finish the morning lecture during that time. And then like if you have if you're able to in the like in the evening kind of go back over the afternoon stuff. But
Mhm.
I'm not sure how your day works out in that way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I really want to catch up for tomorrow, but it seems like I'm gonna just be always one step behind, right? Okay. I'll have to figure out something. Thank you, Hafsa.
All right. No
Okay.
worries. And yeah, like this is kind of an open, thing for everyone. Like I know everyone has like their own schedule, and it's always like, which way to catch up. But you can always ask us, but also it's okay. Like if it's like if you end up having to kind of do recordings that's okay too, because then on the weekend, like you can catch up to the class, right? So that's always an option as well.
Yeah.
Yes, good friend.
Yeah, I just have a question for the lab one.
Oh, I think you muted while you were talking, good friend.
Oh, sorry, I'm just on mute.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I'm asking about the lab 1.2 of today.
Yes.
Should we submit it with the same file like with lab 1.1?
It's up to you. It can be different files if you, especially if you're submitting differently, as long as you get all your code submitted.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay if I do it with one file.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Oh, so if you are already doing 1.2 before I updated it, yeah, you can continue with that one. It's just that it includes some of the, like some stuff that we haven't covered yet. Now, if that's not a problem for you, sure, go on ahead. You get to practice with some more, a little bit more advanced things. But if you are not, then yeah, like please, feel free to refresh and start with the new version, because there was stuff in the old one that was not covered yet today. Nice, almost done before the baby wakes up. Love that. Ooh, okay. All right. Fatun, I will help you out in a breakout room there. Let me just make sure I answer everything. Variable. Yes, thank you, Fatima, for answering about making VS Code autosave. Yeah, it's in file autosave. Perfect. Okay. So I think Fatun, you had something that you wanted to look over in the breakout room. So I think I'll open the breakout rooms, and as before, if you guys have questions, I think we can take them one-on-one, just because like the questions are kind of very varied at the moment. We'll start going back to like our old version of breakout rooms later, I think. Let me just see what. I don't see if it's on my list here.
Right, Hafsa, if there's someone that can also go in the breakout room with me, I'd appreciate it. I just have a question. Whenever you have a chance.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the others are here. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I got you. Okay, let's go to the breakout room. Alrighty, I am back. If there are any questions, please let us know. Oh, just to answer one of the questions that are in the chat about lab 1.2. Yeah, the statements are meant to be like a guideline for what you should convert into code. So 5 is less than 2 in the example that you provided. Would be like you have to, use that as a guideline for like writing the code to do that. So what you provided was like 5, and then you have the less than operator, and then the 2. That's the correct way to do it. And then you would show the result. So basically console.logging the result of that. Thanks for asking. Oh, I see there's a question, so I will go to the breakout room to help with that for a technical issue. All right, Sugandhi, I'll see you there. All right, everyone. Just noticed the time, and basically it is time for lunch. I'm sure all of you are hungry. I'm just gonna pop open the little breakout room mic just in case anyone's in the breakout rooms. Actually, a lot of people are, which is, oh, I know what happened. I forgot to remake the breakout rooms from last time. My bad. Okay, I will just let everyone know and then bring everyone back to the main room so that you guys can go for lunch and then come back just for more practice, more seeing. Tasneem's gonna guide you through, getting an even better understanding of more complicated ways things can well, not complicated, but more ways things can show up so that you're all ready for that. But let me just broadcast this. Hi, everyone. It is time for lunch, so I'm going to close all the breakout rooms, bring you all back, and we can close off the first part there. We'll take about a minute for everyone to come back. Alrighty, everyone should be coming back now. All right. So, okay, so welcome back, everyone. It is lunchtime, so feel free to, not feel free to, please do go get some food. I know it's been a challenging lecture. The good news is that we are basically, making sure that you're all going to understand this by the end of the day. So that's going to be our goal. We'll come back to more examples and keep asking those questions because it helps us understand where you're at and what we need to recover, because it's hard for us to gauge that without you guys letting us know what needs covering and what kind of questions you have. So yeah, please go get some lunch, stretch out, and then we'll see you back in about an hour. We kind of continued yesterday's lab work today, so can we just submit today's lab instead of yesterday's to clarify our parts? I don't remember. Let me just see what yesterday's was. I think it would be best if you submitted both, even if some of it is a bit of a repeat. That way we just have a record of how things went. Yeah, there's also, yeah, I think it'd just be best if that's possible. Perfect. Okay, see you guys in an hour.